A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. When Molly can't meet a problem one way, what she usually does is turn the problem upside down and make it look different. Well, after finding herself with little David on her hands, Molly got a wonderful idea. She knows that David's mother went to New York to look for work. And Molly knows that people read ads to find work. So, Molly had Dr. Cater call his son and put an ad in the paper for a French governess with a little boy. And in this way, Molly hopes to get in touch with the mother. It's a long shot, but the only way Molly can think of to reach David's mother. And meanwhile, all Molly can do is take care of the little boy who can't speak a word of English.
Hello? Well, then would you please put him on the wire, please?
Who are you calling, Mom?
Calling family at the mill.
Oh.
Rosalie, don't tell you. Put the place here, for the place.
Right.
Hello? Hello, family? Mama dear speaking. How are you? Family? I just called her to ask you not to forget to remember to bring the newspapers when you come home for supper. Yes, because I want to see the ads and in the paper. Yeah, please. Is Papa leaving soon for home from the mill? Right. Oh, very well. Then I wouldn't broil. Well, if you're only coming home, I'll fry you. No, if Papa was coming home, I'd broil. Papa likes broil. You sure you don't want steak? All right, darling. I got one leg left. Be enough? All right, dear. All right. Bye. Papa's not coming home for supper and Samuel's not hungry. He only wants a snack. If you want steak, Rosalie, I'll fry you.
No, not for me, Ma, but Birdie may be hungry.
I fixed something for her before when she was hungry.
Well, then don't bother fixing anything.
All right, and David is going to have supper with Dr. Cater. Oh, Dr. Cater took such a liking to the child.
How can you help it?
Oh, how can you help it? Oh, we should only get some results in the advertisements, Rosalie. We should only get some results. Rosalie, you think like Papa said it's a long shot.
No, Ma.
Yes, after all, if a person is looking for work, they would look in the newspaper, no? Yes, maybe everything could be all right.
We could find some work for her in the mill, or
surely something we could find, of course. Even with Birdie's beauty on reel. Oh, yes, Birdie, come in, Birdie, come in. I was saying if we could perhaps find David's mother, you could perhaps learn her the beauty business.
Perhaps. If my business develops.
Surely.
Do you have a curling iron, Rosie?
No, Birdie.
How's that?
Well, my hair is naturally curly.
What about you, Mrs. Goldbergs? You say you could stand a wave in your hair. Look at it. It's straight as a poker.
Oh, I wouldn't like my mother's hair curled.
Oh, I didn't say curled, Rosie. I said waved. Could you get me a curling iron someplace?
Well, Martha will be forced may have one.
But
don't bother for me, Birdie.
Oh, Teo, I'd like to curl my own ends, though.
Well, if Birdie wants to curl her own ends, so go over to Martha Wilberforce and then ask if we've got a curling iron. Go, dear. So, and then if Martha asks you questions about David, Rosalie, tell her that we put an ad in through Dr. Cater's Jr. from New York. We put an advertisement in the paper. Maybe she's got a newspaper. Bring it forward. Yes, dear? Bye.
I didn't like to speak in front of Rosie, Mrs. Goldberg, but really, a woman with your attractive features, you certainly ought to make the most of yourself.
I do.
You certainly do not. You look much older than your husband. I'm very sorry to have to say that, Mrs. Goldberg.
I do?
You certainly do. You're very far behind the times. With all my worries to make men ends meet, just look at me. You think I'd ever retire before creaming my face and doing at least 3 minutes of gymnastics? Never. Just look at my waistline. Just look. And look at yours. Can you touch your knees? I don't think so. Just try it. Just try it.
It's all right, Birdie.
It's not all right, Mrs. Goldberg. Bend.
Birdie,
bend. Come on.
Oh, Birdie, what have I got to bend?
You see, you can't even bend. Come on, bend. Bend, Mrs. Goldberg. Bend over. Bend. Ben! Ben! Did you hurt yourself?
Wait. Sorry.
I'm sorry. That just showed you. Are you all right?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Birdie, all my life I lived without touching my toes.
But that's not the point. Don't get old before your years, Mrs. Goldberg. Watch me, and I'm not 16 anymore either. Just watch.
I'm watching.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Wonderful.
5, 6, 7.
Wonderful.
8.
Rosalie?
Oh, did you get the iron, Rosie?
Yes, it's a very old one
Well,
now.
that's all right. Let me see it.
Yes.
Oh, it's all right.
But not for me, Birdie.
Oh, yes, I want you to look right.
After all, Birdie, I mean, when you get established with your trailer, with your beauty on wheels, you'll call on me, and then I'll patronize you, and I'll be your customer. But not now.
I want you to do me a favor, please, Mrs. Goldberg. Let me fix your hair, please.
Just the end, Birdie.
Okay. Get me a comb and brush, Rosie. Sit over here, Mrs. Goldberg, so I can watch the iron.
You have to do it.
Only the ends, Birdie, please.
Rosalie, did Martha get a newspaper yet?
No, Ma. Mrs. Goldberg, why don't you think a little of yourself?
All right, Birdie.
Hold your head now, please.
All right. Rosalie, maybe call Dr. Kate and ask how David is.
Don't move your head, Mrs. Goldberg. Is my iron getting hot?
It's call Dr. Kate.
I think that we don't trust him with David. You're moving too much there.
I'm sorry.
That's better.
Birdie, don't part my hair different, Birdie. Don't leave it in the central, like that. Just leave it like that, please. Rosalie, while I'm sitting, bring down my mending.
No. You won't do nothing but relax, Mrs. Goldberg. Now, please.
I think your iron is getting too hot, isn't it, Birdie?
Stop worrying, Rosie. Will you sit still now? Just sit still. If I only had a scissors, I'd like to cut some of your hair off.
Oh, no,
please,
Birdie, please, it's cutting now.
Hello.
That's not too hot, Birdie.
Now, don't make me nervous, please, Mrs. Goldberg.
Careful, Birdie.
Listen, Rosie, I know what I'm doing. Will you stop worrying now and not making me nervous?
Come over on my side.
Now, look, please, will you stop all this excitement? Listen, I took lessons, and I know what I'm doing.
Right.
Say.
Jay?
Jay.
Birdie.
What's this? You're open for business already, Birdie?
Well, Mr. Goldberg,
That's all you have in your mind, huh, Molly? It's to get yourself frizzled.
All you men are alike. Why don't you like for your wife what you admire in others?
Take out those clothes, or I'll walk out of this house.
Thought you wasn't coming home, Jay.
I'm here, so I'm home. You wanted the paper, no?
Family was bringing it.
Then I went to the post office.
You had a meeting, you said.
I can't go to the meeting unless I change myself.
Why didn't you tell me? I would have had you all laid out.
I'll lay myself out. Coil. Beauty and wheels. A woman in the Middle Ages. Frizzle. Mary Pickford all of a sudden.
Baby, take out the curls, please.
Mrs. Goldberg, will you just let me finish you now?
Please, baby, please.
Wait till I get you all finished. See how much everybody will admire you. You look like a different woman already. I don't understand, Mr. Goldberg. You think we were still living in the prehistoric ages.
I'll fix it, Ma.
Oh, please.
A towel for Papa, please.
Here it is, Ma.
There. Please, baby, leave the curls.
There's the towel.
I'm coming, Paul.
Here it is, Rosalie.
The iron is burning, Birdie. Don't make me nervous,
Birdie,
Rosalie.
please.
I know what I'm
Please,
doing.
Birdie.
Let me say for you. Don't make me nervous. Don't make me nervous. Don't make me nervous.
What happened?
Oh, nothing, Jake. I'm only braining.
Molly is going to be beautiful with tears. And Birdie seems to need a little more practice before she opens a beauty trailer. Meanwhile, the ads in the paper. And we'll bring in something, but what?
Lights out, everybody. this is Arch Oboler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. Our scene, a doctor's office. The doctor, a genial middle-aged man, is smiling across his desk at young Mrs. Peggy Connon. And he's saying,
"Well, Mrs. Connon, I don't think there is much more I can say other than this. Don't be too afraid. This sort of thing has been going on since the beginning of time. Millions of women. So don't be frightened. Go home. Tell your husband. Be happy."
Thank you, Doctor. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Get the cab, miss?
No, thank you. I'll walk.
Okay, miss.
Walk. Yes, I'll walk. Takes longer when you walk. No longer to get home.
baby, 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 baby.
Home. What will he say? What will he say?
Baby, baby, baby.
What will Bill say? What?
Oh, it's out of the question, Peg. Out of the question on the money I make. Now, look, this isn't confetti. It's bills for groceries, bills for laundry, bills for gas. I tell you, Peg, it's out of the question.
Out of the question. He'll say out of the question.
Baby, baby.
What will he say? Oh, Bill, what will you say?
Hey, watch the lights, lady.
Oh.
Yeah, watch where you're going, little lady. Them lights are for you as well as for the car.
What will Bill say?
What? What did you say? Say, you don't feel well or something. Your face, I mean.
Oh, I'm all right, officer.
Sure you don't want a cab?
No, I'm walking home.
Okay, but watch the traffic at the crossings.
If I take shorter steps, it'll take longer. Yes, shorter steps.
Do you realize it'll set us back for the next 5 years? We won't be living. We'll always be paying bills for doctors, for hospitals, for nurses, for this and for that.
Will he say that?
It's been going on since the beginning of time. Millions of women. So don't be afraid. Go home. Tell your husband. Be happy. Be happy. Happy.
Happy. Doctor said that, didn't he? Happy. Bill, we have been happy.
Rowing. I don't think I'm going to row anymore. Too hot.
Uh-huh.
Just drift. Now, what was I talking about?
Happiness.
Oh, yeah, happiness. I think that the most important thing in life is to be happy. Don't you?
Oh, yes, Bill.
Now, you take ordinary people. On a day like this, what are they doing? Working in factories, working in offices, working. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But the park is here, the lagoon is here, the boats are here. Man, if they just had a little common sense, they'd say, the devil will work, we're going to be happy. And they'd come out here and they'd go bull riding.
4 million people. The lagoon would be awfully crowded, wouldn't it, Bill?
No, I'm serious. All right, so I'm not working today, so I'll have $5 less. But I'm doing what I want, and I'm happy.
I'm happy, too, Bill.
Are you? Honest, Peg?
Uh-huh.
Oh, gee. When I think that only 2 days
And I
ago,
wasn't even going to the dance.
I took one look at
Oh,
you.
that's a song, Bill.
Oh, it's the truth. Oh, gosh, I'm happy about you, Peg. I'm happier than I've ever been in my whole life.
Happy. We have been happy.
Make perfect. Let's try that kiss again. Da-da-da-dee-dee-dee. We're not.
Oh, Bill. We're good.
You mean we're loud? Loud.
Don't drive so fast.
Oh, I'm in a hurry.
Why, Mr. Bone?
I'm on my way to get married. I'm on my way to get married.
Bill, they'll think you've been drinking.
I have. 4 Cokes, a double malted, 2 kisses, and a marriage license.
Bill, behave yourself.
Oh, no. The bride and the bridegroom spent a happy night in jail. Hey.
Huh?
Starting to rain. Shall I put the top up?
Oh, no, please.
Huh?
Want the rain in the face. Oh, it's wonderful, Bill. The wind and the rain. I feel as if I were flying.
Oh, this is Angel.
You know, all my life I thought that if I ran away to get married, I'd be so frightened. But I'm not afraid the least little bit. I love you, Bill. And everything's wonderful, and I'm so happy. So happy. We've been so happy.
Should I, Peg? Should I?
Well, I don't know, Bill.
Well, speak up, Mrs. Connor, or forever have to hold your peace.
That's 30 cents already.
Oh, I was only warming up. One more time, and I know I can hit it.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, mister, I'll try her again.
Yes, sir. Here you are, son. Once for a dime. Knock down the top bottle and win the little lady at Fred's big, beautiful doll.
Okay, Peg.
Here I go.
Oh, you hit it, Bill, you hit it.
I told you I would. Okay, mister, pay off.
What'll it be, little lady? A Kewpie or a Popeye?
Popeye.
Here you are.
Thank you.
You can do the same, ladies and gentlemen, when it's Fred's big, beautiful town.
Bill, isn't it cute?
Yeah. Hey, let's sit down over here.
All right.
Oh.
Darling, you're wonderful.
Wonderful. And hungry.
Oh, Bill, after 4 hot dogs, 3 sodas, and all those peanuts, you ought to be sick.
I am, but I'm hungry.
Bill.
Vitamin Bill from the Ozarks, that's me.
Bill, you're so crazy, and I love you so much.
You talk like that, and I'll kiss you right in the middle of the midway.
Double dare you.
Hey, maybe there's a law against kissing your own bride.
Maybe there's a law against being so happy.
You got the prettiest little funny face.
You know, I used to think that when I got married, I'd be going to the French Riviera, Honolulu, and, well, you know, places like that, and here I am, Luna Park.
Oh, Peg.
No, darling, you don't understand. I like it. I'm happy about it. Why, I'll bet there are thousands of women who've been to all those famous places who'd give every minute of it to be in my place with someone she loves and who loves her. Women are really awfully simple people, darling. They want love. And I've you, and I'm happy. Terribly happy.
Go home. Tell your husband, be happy, be happy, be happy.
I could be happy. Mother. Peggy Conan. Mother. Mother. My mother. Mother.
You mark my words, he'll never make a good living for you, never. No drive, no ambition, a worthless young man. Never make a good living for you, Peggy. You'll never have anything. You mark my words. Just mark my words. For the last time, listen to me, daughter. Now, if you marry that boy, you'll cry a great deal more, believe me. Oh, stop crying, Peggy, and listen to me. Someday you'll be a mother, and you'll understand that I'm telling you these things for your own sake. When you have children of your own, you'll understand.
Understand what, Mother? Understand what? Should I understand now? If you were alive, could you make me understand now? Well, Bill's all right. He's all right, I tell you. It's just that he used to laugh. Laughed all the time. But how can he laugh now?
Rent, gas, dentist, light, coffee. Rent, gas, dentist, light, coffee.
That's what I don't understand, Mother. Doesn't the world want people like Bill who can laugh? Must everyone be wonderful at making money? Isn't there a place for people like Bill who don't want a great deal? Can't things be so that they can make the little they need without growing so old and tired they forget what it is to laugh? And be happy at just being alive.
Fine mess. We're in a fine mess. Where'll we get the money? Where'll we get the money, Peggy? Where will we get the money?
No. Gotta stop thinking things like that. Got to. Think about him.
Shine, lady. Shine, mister. Shine.
What will he be?
Tomorrow creeps in its petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of recorded time. And all our yesterdays have lighted pools the way to dusty death. Our brief candle lights but a walking shadow, a poor...
Oh, no! No.
And so, my fellow citizens, standing here in profound humility, where so many of our truly great have stood, all there is left to say is this. In accepting this high office, and in assuming the leadership of our great nation in these troubled times, I pledge myself...
No.
In that moment, he realized he no longer loved semicolon. In that moment, the past with her, comma, last year, hyphen, French moment, comma.
Maybe.
And so, it is with a great deal of pride that this network brings to you the premiere radio performance of the world's premier violinist, David Conant.
Maybe.
And my diagnosis of the patient only confirms my profound belief that such diseases can be cured.
Maybe.
So, an investment of these issues, with my concern, will net you a profit of not less than the sum of twice your investment.
Oh, no. Oh,
Silly Peggy.
You used to say that, didn't you, Mother? Silly Peggy. Because I laughed at the wrong time. Maybe I laughed then. Maybe I'm laughing now because I'm afraid.
It's happened to women for millions of years.
No, not that. Pain goes quickly, I know it, but... Bill. What'll Bill say? No, stop thinking. Stop thinking. Walk slowly. Very slowly. What was I thinking? Oh, yes, my boy. I'll be so much wiser by the time he grows up. Give him advice.
Yes, Mother. Of course, Mother. Yes, I'm listening. You're wonderful, Mother. Oh, you're right, Mother. Just as you say, Mother.
No, not like that.
You're wrong, Mother. I will not, Mother. I won't do it, Mother. No, Mother.
No, not that way.
Why, Mother? Explain, Mother. Tell me if you know, Mother. Why is it like that, Mother?
Yes. Look like. What will he look like?
Lovely child.
May I hold him? Looks like you.
His father's hair. Beautiful child. Beautiful child.
Beautiful child. Yes, why not? Why not? David Conant. Beautiful child.
Hey, Bob, read all about it. War crisis, war in Europe. Read all about it. War.
Baby.
Bill, what if he says it?
Read the newspapers, I tell you. Read the newspapers. There's your answer. Raise them up so they can blow them up. The answer's in your newspapers, I tell you, Peg. Raise them up to blow them up.
What can I answer him? I'm not good at answers. If Bill says that, what'll I say?
So I said to him, Joe, I will not go for a ride. And he said, why not? And I said, why should I? And he said, well, you say if you don't, when will you? So I give him a smile, you know. And he said, you look here, Helen Young, if you think I'm going to...
Girl. Maybe it'll be a girl. Yes, why not? Girl. Mother. A lovely girl.
Mother, you think my dress hangs right? Isn't it too long? Or is it too short? Don't you think I would have it made a little freer here?
No wars. Killing, dying, just...
Mother, do you think I ought to go out with him after what he said to me? Mother, I don't think that's a good school. Really, I don't.
cannon fodder, bomb fodder. Raise him strong and blow him up. What's the good of it, Peg? What's the good of it?
No, can't be like that. Not with a girl. Ruth. No. Anna. No. Nina. No. Elizabeth. No. Carol. Yes. Carol Connon.
Carol Connon, the season's prettiest debutante. Carol Connon, beautiful young. Carol Connon is nationally known.
What could she be?
Mother, do you know all about babies? You know. After all, look at me. Well, I was wondering about Junior. He won't eat his cereal. He won't touch his bottle. I don't know what to do. I simply don't know what to do.
Maybe.
Carol Connon, opera, tonight, curtain, 8:30.
Yes.
My daughter.
Oh, you'd be so proud of her, Bill. You would. Almost there. Walk slower. Oh, Bill, don't get angry when I tell you. God, don't let him be angry. I couldn't stand it if he yelled at me. I couldn't. I'm afraid. Bill, if you knew I was afraid, you'd help me, wouldn't you? Afraid of you. That's not right, is it? Walk slower. Walk slower. If, when I get there, Bill, and you look at me, if then, for the first time in my life, I can say everything I've been thinking before you have a chance to say anything, then you'll understand how I feel, and because you love me, you won't say anything that'll hurt me, and you'll take me in your arms. Oh, Bill, but I can only think things. I can never say them clearly when they should be said. Maybe everybody's like I am. Talk when it's too late. This time I've got to talk now, right away. The minute I get in the house, because if you talk first and say things that hurt me, you and I will never... Oh, Bill, all I want is to be happy, just a little. Everything's so mixed up all over the world that... Bill, all I know, all I want is...
You say something, Mrs. Collins?
Oh, Mr. Tomasi.
What's the matter? You walk right up past the house, huh? Yeah, maybe you're thinking you don't live here no more, huh?
I was so preoccupied, I didn't notice.
Sure was a hot day, huh, Mr. Collins?
Yes, it was. I don't like to go in.
Oh, but your husband, he's at home, huh?
Home?
Sure, he come about 10 minutes ago. I'm going to see him go upstairs.
It is late, isn't it?
Sure. You put it in the girl, but when a husband come home from work and a wife is not at home, sometimes you get a plenty man, huh? I bet you're scared, huh?
I'd better go up.
Hey, I'm going to come up before you soon and fix that water faucet.
All right.
Yeah, who's going to stop you?
You think I'm afraid of you? Go on and hit me. Hit me.
Will you shut up?
I'll talk all I want to talk.
Oh, yeah?
What else have I got to do in this dump but talk? I'm sick of this dump here. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it.
Baby. Good evening, Mrs. Collins.
Good evening, Mr. Gold. You're playing very well tonight.
Yeah. In 60 years, even a fool learns to do something.
Oh.
To go to sleep. Just a little bit. Oh, good evening, Miss Connon. Hot tonight, yeah?
Yes. the baby all right?
Oh, yeah, lots, Beth. See?
He's so tiny, isn't he?
You like a baby, Miss Conlon?
Well,
Yeah, I know. They look like lots of trouble, but you bet you for people what got little babies, the whole world.
Yes.
Believe me, baby's good. Good night.
Good night, Mrs. Maslow.
Peggy, that's Peg.
Bill.
Gosh, Peg, where you been? I've been worried stiff.
Was it just walking?
I got home. There was nobody here. I was ready to do a calling all cars, so help me. Well, you going to stand here by the door all night? What's the matter, Peg? Oh, honest, I don't care if there isn't any dinner. See, I'm so full of love for you tonight, one potato in me, and I'd pop like a kid's balloon.
Bill, I want to
No, wait, I'm going to tell you.
Me?
Yeah, come on over by the window. Phew, it's hot. There, that's better. Nice breeze to keep you cool while I burn you up with the news right off the press.
News. Bill,
Flash. Ambition comes to Billy Connon.
Bill, if you'd let me tell
How
you...
can you tell me when I'm trying to tell you? Now listen, sweet funny face. Today, the great lords of industry unlock the octopus long enough to hand Billy Connon, now hold your breath, $5 more a week.
Bill, I've got...
Yes, so help me, $5. Oh, is that terrific, Peg? We move right into the upper bracket. Got everything we want.
Bill, please listen to me. I've
Yeah,
got to...
sure, as soon as I finish my say. Now, I got to say it, Peg, because I've been kind of getting up steam to say it all the way home from the office. Now, all this may sound a little screwy to you, but here goes.
Bill, I want to tell you today...
Please, funny face, don't interrupt to tell me about the bargain you saw today, because, well, if I stop talking, I'll lose my nerve, and then maybe I won't ever say it again. Peg, this $5 a week. Now, that's over $250 a year. And I began thinking right away how we could spend it.
Spend?
Yeah, you know me. So I got thinking about maybe we get another car. But the old jalape's pretty good yet, and then I thought maybe we could take a cottage someplace. But then I don't get a vacation until next year. So, then I got thinking... Why, heck, what's the matter with me? Why should I be afraid to talk to you?
There's no reason to be afraid. Is there, Bill?
Oh, of course not. See, what I'm trying to say is that... Well, look at the newspaper headline.
The war, yes, I
Well,
thought
we're all
of...
going to smash, maybe. So I got thinking the heck with it. There isn't time enough to go anywhere or plan anything, and who wants money anyway? So, how can we spend it to make both of us really happy? You know, to make our lives... if one of us should die before the other, make our lives mean something.
Mean something.
Oh, Peg, I got to say it faster. I won't be able to say it at all. Peg, let's spend the money for a kid. Oh, Peg, what do you look at me like that for? Oh, I know we never talked about it, but... Well, I was kind of scared of the idea, and I didn't know if you'd want one. Well, Peg, for Pete's sake, say something. Looking at me. Well, what did you want to tell me before? Say that at least.
Oh, Bill. Bill. Wait till you hear.
sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
I suppose there is nothing absolutely certain in this world, materialistically speaking, but the element of time. A minute is just so long, and a day has just so many hours. We're sure of these things. We know that nothing can change them. Habits, styles, morals, laws, all these can be changed, and often are, according to our civilization. But no man will ever be powerful enough to revoke the franchise which permits the sun to rise and set. It is probably the only certainty we have. Death and taxes. Yes, I know the old adage, but I disagree with it. Taxes vary. They are levied according to need, and they're not always universal. As for death, she comes as she pleases, that's true, but she can also be bidden to come. She is subject in part to men's caprice. Although I have known at least one occasion when she was invited with the utmost urgency, and she failed to arrive on time.
Oh, come in, Joe.
Enid? I didn't expect to find you here. Is he very ill?
No, he's just very silly. He wired you, too?
Yes, I'm surprised he spent the money. A penny postcard is as far as Uncle Amos will go. What's wrong with him?
He's got a cold. An ordinary sniffling fourth-rate cold. He even called a doctor.
What's the matter? The old goat afraid he's going to die?
He'll never die. He'll outlive the two of us. And he'll carry his money with him to the grave in cash.
Don't be so pessimistic, Cousin Enid. Nobody lives forever.
Uncle Amos can even break that rule, too. While he's alive, I suppose we'll have to wait on him hand and foot. He'll keep sending me wires every time he sneezes so he can get me up here to drool over him. It's because he's too mean to hire a nurse.
I wonder what he called me for.
Wait until you find out. You're going to do the housework.
What?
His houseman left him 2 days ago. I suppose he asked for a raise. Uncle Amos would probably prefer to starve to death alone. You've been elected to take a valet's place.
But that's ridiculous. I'm not a scullery maid.
But you're Uncle Amos's nearest relative, and so am I. You'll be a scullery maid, darling, and I'll be a nurse, whether we like it or not. Oh, that's the doctor. The old boy must have chewed his ear off.
Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
Dr. Morton. My cousin, Joe Hewitt.
How do you do?
Oh, glad to know you, Doctor.
How is he?
Oh, he'll be all right. He's just a little crotchety, that's all.
Is it merely a cold, Doctor?
Touch of bronchitis. But, he's not getting any younger, Miss Carraway. At his age, he's got to watch himself.
You mean this might develop into something else?
Oh, not if he's careful. Now, just keep him warm, watch his diet. Don't let him overeat. And don't let him go out of doors until he's completely well. Also, I want him to avoid draughts.
I see.
Yes. Well, I'll be on my way now. If you need me for anything, here's my card. Oh, he asked me to send you up to his room. I suppose you'd better go along, Mr. Hewitt, as long as you're here. He'll probably be glad to see you.
Probably.
Yes, well, good night.
Good night, Doctor.
Good night.
The old fraud. Lying up there like a dancing girl in a harem. Who does he think he is?
He's our uncle, Cousin Enid, the one with all that lovely money, remember? And he's going to leave it all to us. Smile very sweetly now. Show all your pretty teeth. The master is still the master. As long as he lives.
Come in. What took you so long? What are you doing down there, anyway?
Joe just arrived, Uncle Amos.
I hope you're comfortable, sir.
I hope you're comfortable, sir. You're still the same idiot you always were.
Can I get you anything, Uncle Amos?
No.
Here. Let me fluff up the pillow for you.
Oh, okay. Stop diddling with that pillow and sit down.
Yes, Uncle Amos.
Uncle Amos, do you mind if I smoke?
Yes, I do.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I think Uncle Amos wants me to read to him before we tuck him in, Joe.
I think Uncle Amos wants you to stop being so hypocritical about your concern for Uncle Amos. I haven't got senile yet, not by a long shot. And I know why you cow and rub your noses on the floor. You're not fooling me. You're just sitting around, the two of you, waiting for me to die.
Oh, Uncle Amos, how could you say such a thing?
But I'm going to outsmart you. I'm going to live to be 100, by Jupiter. We'll see who attends whose funeral when the time comes.
You do us a great injustice, Uncle.
Oh, I do, eh? Well, why don't you prove it? Why don't you go out and get yourself a decent job instead of sponging on me every time you're in a spot?
Uncle Amos is right, Joel. You ought
Never you mind agreeing with me. If I ever saw a gold digger, you're the one.
What?
You couldn't even stay married if your husband couldn't stand you.
Don't you talk to me like that.
Touched you where it hurt, eh?
I'm very sorry, Uncle Amos. I didn't mean to be rude to you.
You mean that you didn't mean to be rude to me, money? Yes, fine pair you are. Well, I'm no idiot. And I've worked hard for my wealth. I'm not going to have it squandered after I'm dead.
What do you mean, sir?
I'll tell you what I mean. I asked you to come here because I'm changing my will.
You are?
Yes, next week my lawyer's coming over and I'm doing a little rewriting. yes, I'm going to rewrite the script. Cousin Joel and Cousin Enid. I don't like my leading characters. I'm getting new actors.
What have we done?
Nothing at all. That's just it. You're a loafer and she's a leech. And there isn't one shred of honesty between the two of you. Well, not leaving any money to people like you. I'm turning my estate over to 3 charity organizations.
You couldn't do that.
Oh, couldn't I?
You can't leave us high and dry, not at all, baby.
Enid, that's not very nice.
What are you talking about? How can you sit
We
there
are going to prove that Uncle Amos was wrong about us, Enid. We're going to show him we never loved him for his money.
Yeah? You do that, Joel, and I'll eat this bed, pillow and all.
Now, just a minute.
Enid, we'd better let Uncle Amos get some rest.
Yes, get out of here, the two of you. I'm sick of looking at you.
Well, we'll see you in the morning, Uncle Amos.
Oh, wonderful. Now I've got something to look forward to. Enid, bring me a glass of warm milk before you turn in. You understand?
Yes, Uncle Amos. Good night.
Good night, Uncle Amos. Pleasant dreams.
Double-crossing old baboon. I could smash him.
Take it easy. I want to talk to you downstairs.
How could you contain yourself in there? Don't you know what this means?
It means we've got to protect our interests.
How are you going to do that? He can change his will if he wants to.
He can change it if he wants to. But suppose he doesn't get the chance.
What do you mean?
I have a plan. It's a good one. We can stop him very easily.
Oh, you're crazy, Joel. I think short of murder could do it.
Exactly, Cousin Enid.
No, it's too risky, Joel. We'd never get away with it.
Afraid?
I don't want to spend my life in jail.
Don't be a fool. I tell you, this is foolproof. He's got a cold, and the doctor hinted he was afraid of complications. Well, all we have to do is make certain those complications come up.
How?
Look, put 4 of these into that glass of milk he asked for.
What is it? Poison?
They're sleeping pills. With 4 of them inside him, it'd take an earthquake to wake him up before morning.
And then what?
It gets rather cold up here at night, even at this time of the year. We'll open every window in his room. That should help his bronchitis.
I'm not certain it'll work.
Look, he's got a large refrigerator in the kitchen, hasn't he?
Yes.
I'll get all the ice cubes out after he's asleep. I'll take off his pajama top and put them on his chest. Let them melt there and let the night air evaporate them. I guarantee he'll be much sicker by tomorrow morning.
But, Joel, it'll still take time.
A day or 2. At his age, resistance is low. If we keep at it, he'll be too far gone by the time we call a doctor.
Oh, I don't know. It worries me. Suppose he wakes up.
I tell you, he won't wake up. Those pills are strong. 2 of them have put me in a stupor for hours. Oh, we can't fail if we work it right. We can get his bed away from the window and clean the place up by morning. Then we repeat the process again tomorrow night. And wait for results.
You're sure it's cold enough?
Open the window. Temperature's falling. In this part of the country, it often drops below freezing, even now.
Maybe it's not too bad an idea after all. What can they prove against us?
That's right. Nothing. Are you awake?
Have you gone in there?
An hour ago. I cleaned up and moved his bed. He won't know what happened. Come on, let's go in and see him. He ought to be waking up by now, coughing his stupid head off.
Yes, then what?
We tell him the doctor's ordered him to cut down on food. We've got to lower his resistance as much as possible. Then maybe we can get him out of the house. He'll be sick and he'll be weak. And he'll probably have a high fever by mid-afternoon.
Do you hear anything?
No. Maybe he's still asleep. We'd hear him coughing if he wasn't. Come on. And be very quiet.
Where's my coffee?
Uncle Amos.
Oh, Uncle, how do you feel?
Fine. Perfect. My cold's all gone. I slept like a top. That's all I needed. Sleep? Yes, I never felt better in my life. Where in blazes is me coffee? Get down to the kitchen, the two of you, and make me some breakfast.
You're sure you don't feel congested, Uncle? I mean, your chest, you haven't done any coughing?
Don't you wish I did? You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if you kept your fingers crossed so I'd get double pneumonia.
We'll get your coffee, Uncle Amos, right away.
Yes, well, you be quick about it. And you can tell that doctor he won't be needed anymore. I cured myself.
That was quite a scheme you had. Any other bright ideas?
All right. But that doesn't mean we're licked. He's human like everyone else. We'll try again and use another method. Only this time we won't be quite so subtle.
Death is a lady of leisure. She is the only one I know of who has no need for a watch. She has time to spare, and occasionally she's rather generous with it, as Uncle Amos can testify. For Uncle Amos was living on borrowed time.
What time is it?
Almost 5.
Oh, I've been running around like a charwoman all day long. Now he's yelling for his dinner.
Where is he?
Back in bed.
You mean he's ill again?
No such luck. He's relaxing. He told me he's been reading pamphlets on how to live longer. He relaxes on his back 4 hours a day.
Stubborn, isn't he? Well, we'll fix him.
Look, Joel, maybe we'd better forget about it.
Are you out of your mind?
We tried it once and we failed. We can't do anything too obvious.
What I have in mind for him this evening isn't obvious at all. In fact, it's the most natural thing in the world.
No, Joel.
All right, we'll let it go if you want to. $500,000. We'll let it slip through our fingers like gravy. Go on, see if you can buy yourself clothes and diamonds on £15 a week.
He has no right to give that money away.
And if we are perfect fools, we'll let him do it.
What other plan did you have, Joel?
Now you're talking. Today I went into town to do some shopping.
Mm-hmm.
Uncle Amos is fond of oysters, you know. I wanted to please him.
Oysters?
Yes. Come into the kitchen for a moment. Now take a look on that table.
I don't get it.
They're on half shell, and they've been soaking in alcohol all day.
What will that do to him?
Give him indigestion.
But indigestion won't kill him.
It might. However, I've added a dash of flavoring to the oysters just to make certain.
Poison?
Have you ever heard of botulism?
No.
It's a deadly poison which forms in certain foods after they've spoiled. It's tasteless and odorless, and it kills overnight.
How do you get the stuff?
Uncle Amos's former cook was rather obliging. He left an open can of food in the kitchen. It's been here for days.
But he'd never eat that.
Just a few drops in each oyster should be enough to give him food poisoning. I'll cover the entire mess with plenty of cocktail sauce. He'll never taste a thing.
Where in blazes is my dinner?
Coming right up, Uncle Amos. I'll get him a steak. Meanwhile, you bring the old idiot his first course in his oysters a la tomaine.
It's 2:30. I'm getting tired.
Wait. I'm going to see him in half an hour.
Do you think it worked?
By this time, he ought to be gasping in pain, if it hadn't killed him already.
Well, why doesn't he leave his room? Why doesn't he scream?
He might have passed out.
What was that?
Sounds like someone in the kitchen.
Joe.
Take it easy. If we've got unexpected company, I'll get rid of him.
Uncle Amos!
Uncle Amos, what are you doing here?
Looking for something to eat, you nincompoop. I'm starved.
You feel all right?
That was a big dinner you had this evening.
Yes, I feel fine. Say, what's wrong with you two? Look as if you'd seen a ghost.
Oh, we thought there was a burglar here. It frightened us.
Yeah, well, you ought to be in bed.
Can I help you find what you want, Uncle Amos?
Did you buy those oysters this morning?
Why, yes. Didn't you like them?
Like them? I'll say I did. They were delicious. Is there any more left? That's what I'm looking for now.
Will you stop pacing the floor?
Oh, you're very clever. You're a genius. That's twice you've tried. How many chances do you think you'll get?
I can't help it if the man has an iron constitution. Maybe that food wasn't as bad as I thought it was.
Well, I'm going to pack and get out of here in the morning.
Go ahead. I'm leaving myself.
Let him keep his money. At least I wanted to spend another night in this place. Look at it. Hasn't been painted in years. It's got rats in the cellar and bugs in the kitchen. It makes me sick.
Yeah, it's certainly a decrepit old mansion. Yeah, it must have been elegant, though, in the old days.
Well, we're not living in the mauve decade. Stingy old miser hadn't even bothered to take the gas fixtures out.
Gas fixtures?
Yes, didn't you notice that jet on the wall in his room?
No.
Well, it's there. There's one in my room, too. Joe?
You just thought of it, too, eh?
How do we know the gas still flows through those jets?
Look at that stove. It's 35 years old, but he still uses it. I'll bet you there's a connection between the stove and those jets. He'd never spend the money to have the pipes blocked up.
But, Joe, that's even riskier than the other ways we tried.
An accident is an accident. Besides, who can prove he didn't want to kill himself?
Where are you going, Joe?
Up to his room. It's after 4. He must be asleep. And I can check that jet by smelling it after I turn it on. This trip, we're making no mistakes.
Time is running out for the evil plans of Enid and Joe. Can they beat time? Let us see.
Shh. Be very quiet.
I don't hear a sound.
Give me that handkerchief. I'm keeping it over my nose.
What are you going to do?
Break the windows as soon as I go in. Then you'll call the doctor. You'll act hysterical. You know how to play it.
Oh, go on. Open the door.
He's lying on the bed, Enid. We finished him.
Joel, I don't smell any gas.
What? You're right. Could he have got up himself and turned it off?
What's the matter?
Good morning, Uncle Amos.
Morning. It's still pitch dark. Put on that wall light. What are you two up to?
We thought we heard you call.
You might have had a bad dream.
I've been having a wonderful dream. Now you woke me up. I'll never get back to sleep.
I'm sorry, Uncle Amos.
Yes, I can see you are. Get me a glass of warm milk. That might help me get another hour or two of sleep.
Right away, Uncle Amos. Right away. You stupid fool, you insufferable idiot. That's what I get for letting you handle
things. I just can't understand it. I smelled the gas when I turned the jet on. Enid.
Now what?
Look behind the stove.
Well, what is it?
A gas meter. We forgot to put the money in the meter. We should have known the skinflint would have a contraption like that.
And you told me a thought of everything.
Thinking he'd get me down. How can he slip through our hands like that time after time?
Maybe your ideas are just plain rotten. You've muffed it 3 times in a row.
Yes, maybe we better not try the gas again if he's getting suspicious.
Well, I don't care what you try, Joe. But you're trying it without me. You've had your chance. I'm through. I'm getting his glass of milk for him, and I'm packing nothing.
I'm not through. Not by a long shot.
Well, I don't care what you do. I'm finished.
What are you doing?
Warming his milk. That's the last thing I'm going to do for him. I can assure you of that. I'm packing right now.
Well, there'll be no question about it this time, Enid. No question at all.
Well?
It's Joel.
Don't try to talk me out of anything, Joel. I've made up my mind.
Enid, you're very impetuous.
If that's another word for smart, I'll agree with you. I know when I've had enough.
Are you willing to let your half of his fortune go?
Oh, what fortune? few days from now, you'll be bounced out of his will along with me.
A few days from now can be a long, long time.
Well, what are you grinning at? What's the joke?
Stick around. You'll see in just a few minutes. Oh, I've botched things up, I'll admit, but sooner or later I had to. Oh. What's the matter?
I don't know. Like you're funny all over me. My stomach must have gone back on me.
Too much excitement, probably.
I've gone through plenty in the last couple of days because of your stupidity. I need a rest.
You'll get one very soon. Did you give him his milk?
Yes, I don't.
What in the blazes is wrong with you?
I just got a violent pain. Well, why did you ask me about his milk?
Because it helped me to arrange things. He was getting suspicious, even. I could see it in his face. He might have started to make trouble in the morning. We had to finish him off.
What was in that milk, Joe?
Something I found in the...
Answer me, what was in it?
Rat poison.
Oh, no. No, Joe, you didn't.
I told you he was getting suspicious.
Joe, save me, for heaven's sake, save me.
Enid.
I drank that milk myself.
Enid.
He told me he didn't want it. He said he thought we were trying to poison him. I drank it to prove that we weren't.
Open up there, open up.
Stand back, Doc. I'll shoot the lock off. All right, you. Put your hands up.
Who are you?
Police, mister. Take a look at the girl, Doc.
Yeah, just a second.
How did you
get it? He's dead.
Yeah.
You hold on to him, officer. I may still be able to save the old man.
All right, on your feet, mister. So you knocked the two of them off,
No.
huh? Don't tell me now. The old man phoned the doc just half an hour ago. Said he thought you were trying to kill him.
Uncle Amos. Phoned?
Yeah, did you get him, too?
No, he's upstairs. He's all right.
But you won't be, mister. Now, we got you for the girl.
Let me sit down for a moment, will you?
Go ahead.
I need some water.
You just sit where you are, mister, until the doc gets back.
I tell you, Uncle Amos is all right.
I don't know where you fellas get your ideas. Can't wait for an old geezer to die, can you? Gotta have your money in a hurry.
Who said
Look, your uncle gave us enough over the phone to hang you twice, so we don't try to deny anything. We got it all down on
But
paper.
Amos is still alive. Maybe he'll retract. I need...
All right, officer. Take him away.
How's the old man, Doc?
He's dead.
Dead? But I didn't kill him. I swear I didn't.
I know you didn't.
No.
Your Uncle Amos died a few minutes ago of natural causes. He had a heart attack.
Well, I hope I've proven my point. There is nothing quite so certain as the hours and days and years that make up the element known as time, with perhaps one small exception that proves the rule. And it's known as retribution.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time. Written by Lawrence Clee and starring Hart Maguire as the Clock. You heard as Joel, Enid and Amos, John Bushell, Dinah Shearing and Tom Farley, with Harvey Adams. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
Good evening. Please. This is Hunter Galloway inviting you to listen to another Mystery Playhouse drama. Tonight, The Whistler and his same story, Right for Right.
Was terrified. She hadn't planned on this. Her heart pounding this way, her hands shaking, the weak feeling in her knees. She told herself again that if the plan were to succeed, she must be bold. Everything must go off as usual. This Friday night must be exactly like everyone before it. During the 8 years, she'd acted as secretary once a week for Harvey Cole. She held onto the edge of the piano for support and tried to appear calm as she watched him stumbling through a Chopin etude, smiling happily when it went smoothly, frowning when it went wrong. Yes, Harvey Cole, her best customer, was having his hour at the piano after dinner. Soon there'd be the usual remark about how he'd have the good sense to retire while he could enjoy it. Then he'd go on to the letters and sign them, as usual, without bothering to read them. Yes, that was the heart of the plan. He trusted her. He always signed the letters, laid out neatly in sequence, without reading them. Still, Charlotte was terrified, and with good reason.
No, that can't be.
Mr. Cole.
Yes, of course, Charlotte. The correspondence. That's more like it. Now.
Mr. Cole, we really must get this correspondence off.
Not bad, old boy. Not bad. The right hand's all there.
Please, Mr. Cole.
Charlotte.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Cole. It's just that...
Must those letters be signed now? Must I keep the ghost of Chopin tapping his foot while I meddle with a stack of routine correspondence? You could just as well sign yourself.
But we discussed that, Mr. Cole. We agreed.
I know. I should sign them myself. The personal touch. Very well, my dear. Bring them here.
I have your pen here, Mr. Cole.
Hand them to me, please. One at a time.
One at a time? But, Mr. Cole, I just remembered I made a mistake. I forgot to correct
What?
it.
You? Oh, come now, Charlotte. You haven't made a mistake in 8 years. Give them to me, please.
No, I did make a mistake. Here. I'll bring them back in just a minute.
What in heaven's name is the matter, Charlotte?
I couldn't see them. He wanted to take the letters one by one. He would have read them.
Oh, don't be idiotic. He hasn't read them for 8 years.
He knew something was wrong. I could feel it.
You're imagining things. The letter's in the middle of the pile. He won't read it.
I can't, Stephen. I can't.
All right, Charlotte. We can't talk it over here. Let's go out into the garden.
Well, Charlotte, it was too much for you, wasn't it? At the last minute, you failed. And you're still weak in the knees as Stephen leads you into the garden. And still in the back of your brain, you can see the cold, unemotional type of the letter you'd prepared for Harvey Cole to sign. The letter in the middle of the pile which began, I, Harvey Cole, hereby state that I have taken my life by my own hand and of my own free will. The letter Stephen had agreed to buy from you.
I'm surprised at you, my dear. Those ice-cold nerves are as tight as violin strings. Yeah, listen to him. Dear Uncle Harvey, all $8 million of them, banging away on the piano. You know, $1 million of it's yours, if you have the nerve.
I don't know what happened to me, Stephen.
Funny, isn't it? Considering you started the whole thing. Every Friday night for 8 years, you've come here to do his correspondence. Watched him sign it without reading it.
Stephen, why do you have
And
to
every Friday night for 8 years, you've wished there were a way to get out of your grubby little rut. Get your hands on a piece of that $8 million. Grab yourself a ticket over that bright horizon you've been longing for. Even a public stenographer can dream. Can't she, Charlotte?
I don't know, Stephen. I looked at your uncle playing there at the piano.
Don't tell me it was conscience, son. You haven't got a conscience. It took a pretty cold fish to come to me and make a deal to trade Uncle Harvey's signature for $1 million in hard cash.
I can't do it tonight, Stephen. We've got to wait.
Why?
He looked at me so queerly when I said I'd made a mistake. He knows something.
He knows nothing.
Next Friday, Stephen, I'll do it then. I promise, Stephen.
Very well, Charlotte. Next Friday.
So you return to your drab little office in town, Charlotte, to wait for next Friday, to grind out business letters for traveling salesmen and department store buyers. Back to Dear Sir and very truly yours. While the words of Uncle Harvey's suicide letter flash on and off in your brain like a neon sign. Then it's Friday again, and you're off on the usual trip to the estate with Stephen in the family car.
I have the letter, Stephen. I'm all ready. I'm sorry about last Friday.
I'm not.
What do you mean?
Oh, it's just as well, Charlotte. It won't work.
It will work, Stephen.
Listen, I was nervous last Friday, that's all. I'll get hold of myself. I'm sure
It's not that. As I told you, my dear, I'm not concerned a whit about your conscience because you have none. Now, I'm afraid it's a far more practical reason.
I don't understand.
Of course you don't, because I haven't told you. And Uncle Harvey's not contemplating suicide, my dear. He's in robust health, on the best of terms with chauffeur.
What are you talking about?
Well, simply this. If there is anything even slightly irregular about the suicide, Dr. Maxwell and that whole pack will be howling for my scalp.
But the letter on his typewriter with his signature.
His revolver, Charlotte. The little pearl-handled gem he reserved for his exclusive use. Is securely locked in the cabinet in the library. The key is gone. I've hunted high and low and can't find it.
Stephen, your uncle carries that key on his watch chain. I'll get it for you.
Well, good girl, Charlotte. Good girl.
So the performance goes on, Charlotte. First, the usual digestible dinner. Then the customary trip to the music room. And once again, you sit there by the piano. Waiting for an opportune moment. The letter's in your hand. The suicide note again in the middle of the pile.
Oh, the same place. Always gets stuck on that blasted cadenza. That's it. It's all in the right hand.
Finally, you stand next to him. Your heart beating like a trip hammer, struggling to be your usual businesslike self.
I'm ready, Mr. Cole.
Of course, Charlotte. Once again, the correspondence. Let's go over here to the desk.
I have your pen here, Mr. Cole. All you have to do is...
Oh, thank you. You know, my dear, it just occurred to me you've been writing confidential letters for me all these years. The only person in the world I'd trust this way.
Why, thank you, Mr. Cole.
You know, Charlotte, a man with money finds it easy to become disillusioned with his fellow humans, and I'm afraid I've become rather cynical. You seem to be the one completely honorable individual it's been my good fortune to encounter during the past 50 years. And I want you to know I appreciate it deeply.
Here's the pen, Mr. Cole. It's very kind of you to take it.
There's a special reason for my speaking of it tonight, Charlotte. Oh, let's see. Better get these letters out of the way first. You know, Charlotte, I think I'll read them over tonight just for fun.
It's a terrible moment, Charlotte. And there's nothing you can do but stand there and watch Harvey Cole as he reads the first letter, grunts approvingly, and signs it. Everything stops. Your heart stops. Your breathing stops. Your mind is tied up in a knot and you can't even think. The suicide note he was supposed to sign without reading is in the middle of the pile. 7 from the top. He reads and signs the second one. Then the third. You want to run out of the room, but your legs have gone weak, and all you can do is hold onto the edge of the desk and stand there. And then...
You, Charlotte. I can hardly believe it.
What is it, Mr. Cole?
I'm surprised at you, my dear. Look here how you spell sincerely. Really, Charlotte, after all these years...
I'm sorry, Mr. Cole. I'll make the correction.
It's all right. I'll fix it. There.
I don't believe I made any other errors, Mr. Cole.
Say something, my dear?
Well, it's just as
I'm sure the rest of these letters are quite satisfactory. I guess I won't be signing my life away. There. One more. There. I guess that does it. You'll mail these in the morning as usual.
Yes, Mr. Cole.
And now, how about some sherry, my dear?
That's an excellent suggestion.
You sound exhausted, Charlotte. Don't tell me having to watch and sign letters is that much of an ordeal.
I've been rather nervous this week.
I thought I noticed as much at dinner, and I happen to know why you're so nervous.
You do?
Be careful, Charlotte.
Careful. What?
Of Stephen. He's tricky. And right now, he's up to something. I can always tell. He has all the finesse of a bad poker player. His actions always campaign for his thoughts. I can't say exactly what he's up to, but I do know this. You are his next step.
Me? How am I involved with Stephen?
Charlotte, in a week or so, my lawyer's returning. I'm going to change my will. I'm disinheriting Stephen completely. And I'm leaving my entire estate and fortune to you.
It's too much, Charlotte. The room starts to spin and you have to sit down. It's yours, Charlotte. All of it, legally. No strings attached, no letter, no murder. That's why Stephen was so irritated with you last Friday, Charlotte. It's all yours, and he was trying to buy you off. To get the thing over with in time to save his inheritance. And to keep you silent forever by making you his accomplice.
Charlotte, what's troubling you? You look frightened, my dear.
I am frightened, Mr. Cole. I think I understand now what Stephen's up to.
Oh?
He said you were growing despondent, moody.
Me? Despondent?
He said he was afraid of what you might do.
Why, that's positively preposterous.
He was afraid of the revolver you keep in the cabinet over there. He was afraid you might use it on yourself any day now.
Good Lord, Charlotte, you didn't believe that. Why?
It was so convincing, Mr. Cole. It never occurred to me that he would have any motive in making it all up. So I told him I'd get the revolver and give it to him. So he could put it out of your reach.
Put it out of my reach? Now, why in the world should Stephen make up a story like that?
Don't you see, Mr. Cole? He wants to use that revolver tonight to prevent you from changing your will.
You mean that... Why, Charlotte, I couldn't believe that even of Stephen. He's desperate and cunning and unpredictable, but he couldn't turn to murder.
There's only one way to find out, Mr. Cole. We must give him that revolver. Stephen.
Where is he?
In the music room, asleep.
Good. Did you get the revolver?
Here's the revolver. I have a note in my pocket.
You signed it?
Of course.
Good girl.
Stephen, you can't put it off another minute. He called the lawyer while I was there. Something about changing his will. I couldn't get it all.
Wait a minute. Changing his will? How much did you hear, Charlotte?
Just what I told you, Stephen. I didn't want to appear too interested.
All right.
Will it be some time tonight?
Better than that right now. Now you better get out of here.
All right. Stephen.
Yeah?
Good luck.
But you aren't going to leave, Charlotte. You've earned your ticket to this little show, and you're going to watch. So you stand on the terrace outside, watching through the window, hardly daring to breathe. 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Then a sliver of light at the door of the music room. Stephen's silhouette as he comes in the door, inching closer to the old man, snoring in his easy chair. He raises the gun. Then, just as you and Harvey had planned, Harvey jumps up and grabs Stephen's wrist.
So, you're going to kill me, huh? We'll see about that. Let go of me. Let go of me, I tell you.
You can't see in the shadows, Charlotte. Which one is on the floor? You run around to the library door, push it open, walk toward the chair in the corner. You still can't see, and then...
It's all right, my dear.
Oh, Mr. Cole, you're safe.
Yes, my dear.
Oh, why, you're bleeding.
It's nothing. You just nicked me in the arm. Now, excuse me, please. Police? This is Harvey Cole speaking. I've just killed my nephew in self-defense.
Well, Charlotte, it was neatly done. There wasn't a hitch. The police make a formal report. The coroner is satisfied completely. And as Dr. Maxwell drives you home and sees you to the door, he says...
For the next week or so, Charlotte, you'd better be careful. You've suffered quite a shock.
Well, Mr. Cole, be all right, Dr. Maxwell.
Now, don't go worrying about Harvey. He's fine.
I'd feel so terribly responsible if anything happened to him. I'd feel as if it were my fault.
Rubbish. You get that idea right out of your head. I won't have you developing one of those nasty little guilt complexes now.
No, Charlotte, there's no feeling of guilt, is there? Stephen was right. You haven't got a conscience. There's only the hope, stronger now, that the bright horizon is near, almost within reach. Harvey is 65. Perhaps his injury is more serious than they're willing to admit. Perhaps when you drop in at the hospital the next day, Dr. Maxwell will tell you...
Nonsense, Charlotte. He's coming along great guns. Be home by Friday, good as ever. Just a little shock, that's all. If you ask me, he's good for another 20 years at least.
I had to know how he's doing.
Believe me when I say he's grown closer to you because of all this. You know about the will, of course.
I must see him.
Don't go in now. I've just given him a sleeping tablet. He can't have another for at least 8 hours. They're rather powerful, you know. And at his age...
Very well.
But he did say that if you should drop by, there are some letters he wants you to answer for him. I'll let you get them if you do it quietly.
I promise I won't disturb him, Doctor. I'll get the letter.
So you walk into Harvey's hospital room, realizing now that it started all over again with the accent on the future, 20 years away. Back to the rut, picking up the same old habits in the same old office. Only it's worse now, with the money there waiting for you. All yours. Someday. Yes, it might have been better to let Stephen go through with his plan, but it's too late to do anything now. You pick up Harvey's letters on the nightstand by the bed, and as you do, your eyes settle on the little round cardboard box next to them. Stylol acetate. Caution. Take only as directed. Harvey's sleeping tablet. Rather strong, the doctor said, particularly at Harvey's age. You stand there fascinated, thinking how easy it would be with a suicide note signed in the drawer of your dresser. He'd never taste them in a glass of sherry. So easy, Charlotte. He'll be home in a week. Just a week, Charlotte. Not 20 years.
I'm so glad you're home, Mr. Cole.
So am I. That's why hospitals were invented, my dear. To make a man appreciate his home.
I couldn't help feeling you might have left a little soon, though.
Oh, I'm bound to feel a little weak at first, but don't worry, my dear. I have a good many years ahead of me yet.
So Dr. Maxwell said.
Now, don't you become impatient and try to dispense with me to gain the inheritance.
Mr. Cole.
Oh, no, I've upset you. Do forgive my clumsy humor. Dr. Maxwell told me about this unfortunate little guilt complex you've developed. Now, I'm sorry, my dear.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Cole. Is there anything I can get you? A cigar? Or perhaps some wine?
Not for me, thanks. But what about yourself? Hungry?
Well, I just thought perhaps a little sherry. Do have some with me. Please.
Shouldn't have taken that blasted sleeping pill a few hours ago. I can hardly keep my eyes open.
You must sleep, Mr. Cole. The doctor said.
I know. Not very polite of me, though, dropping off.
Mustn't fight it, Mr. Cole. Let it come.
Dear, faithful Charlotte.
Just relax. It's so good for you.
You're a good girl, Charlotte. A good girl.
It's over, Charlotte. No more 20 years. The future. The bright horizon is here now. You're careful to remove any trace of your presence. The wine glass, the letters, all of them except, of course, the suicide note, signed and dated today. And then you leave, walk back to town, and arrive at Dr. Maxwell's home at exactly the right moment.
Why, Charlotte, how nice to see you. I'm afraid I'm just leaving, though, for Harvey Cole's. Care to come along?
What perfect timing, Doctor. I was hoping you'd drive me there. I'm so anxious to see him again.
You're almost there, Charlotte. Just one more hurdle and you can say goodbye to the drab past. The house is quiet when you and Dr. Maxwell arrive and walk down the dark hall to the music room. Harvey is lying on the couch where you left him, as if he were asleep. Dr. Maxwell bends over him for a moment. He's dead, Charlotte.
No. No, Jeffrey. Oh, no.
Easy.
Oh, you told me yourself he was doing so well.
I don't understand it.
He was so disillusioned and Stephen. He must have been despondent. He was so alone, Doctor.
He still had you, Charlotte.
Me?
He wanted you to have part of his money now, while he could watch you enjoy it. See it do something for someone who still had a future.
He was going to do that?
Yes, he was. Odd, isn't it? A man with so many plans could do this.
You do think he killed himself?
He had a reason, of course. His music was gone forever. You see, Charlotte, you were so anxious to blame yourself if Harvey had been hurt last week. We didn't want to arouse that guilt complex any further. And we... Wait a minute.
What's the matter, Doctor?
This note. I, Harvey Cole, hereby state that I have taken my life by my own hand and of my own free will. It's signed. Dated today.
He left it, I guess.
It's not suicide, Charlotte. He didn't kill himself. This is a forgery.
Why? What do you mean?
I was telling you, Charlotte. He did have a reason. His music was gone. He couldn't play the piano anymore. The wound he got when Stephen tried to kill him wasn't a scratch, Charlotte. That shot partially paralyzed his right arm. He couldn't write. Why, someone killed him, Charlotte. Someone murdered him in... Charlotte! Charlotte, you!
Thank you, Mr. Whistler, for Bright Horizon, tonight's performance in the Mystery Playhouse. Until next time, Priest, this is Hunter Galloway saying good night. Sleep time. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Whistler. Join us now for The Broken Chain.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. The thought had first occurred to him 6 months ago. And of course he'd shuddered a little and cast it out. Of course. Arnold Stanton, respectable businessman, citizen taxpayer, would be horrified at such an idea. So he went back to his routine and resolved never to let himself think about it again. But in spite of him, the thought did come back 2 weeks later. Then only a week after that. Then at more frequent intervals until he found it popped into his head at least once every day. It was worse on weekends, when he had to be with Evelyn all the time, when her helplessness, her utter dependence on him for everything rose up and almost smothered him. By now, the thought didn't seem so horrible anymore. It had attained a kind of normal, logical quality, and he found he liked to dwell on it, like a problem in mathematics. In short, Arnold Stanton was ready to murder his wife.
Is that you, Arnold?
Yes, Evelyn.
You're a little late tonight, dear. Did you miss the bus?
Sam Moore drove me home.
Oh, of course. It is Monday.
Yes, Evelyn, it's Monday.
Oh, you look so tired, darling. I think you've been working too hard. Kiss?
Of course.
That's better. You know, we ought to take a little vacation, a day or two. A week, perhaps. We could get a cabin.
Cabin at Wilder's Cove, right?
What's the matter with Wilder's Cove?
Nothing. Been good enough for the past 10 years. I suppose it'll do for the next 10.
Oh, you're a darling, Arnold. You always manage to see things my way. And Miss Roberts could look after things at the office while we're gone. Dinner'll be ready in just a minute. Oh, how is she these days?
How is who?
Oh, Miss Roberts, silly.
Same as ever.
You know, darling, we ought to have her out to dinner some evening. Not that I want to share you with another woman, but I think about Miss Roberts and I feel sort of superior. She must lead an awfully dull life.
I don't know. She seems to have her interests.
Oh, such as they are. Poor dear, working so hard in your office all day, going home to that dreadful lonely apartment. Oh, darling, I'm so lucky to have you. I don't know what I'd do if anything should happen, but we won't ever talk about that, will we, dear? We're so happy, Arnold. Now, you sit right down with your paper, and I'll have dinner on the table in just a second.
Very well, dear.
There's nothing wrong, is there, Arnold?
No. Why?
Well, you hardly said a word. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Ah, there's a dear. Now, I'll call you in the shape. I have a special surprise. Baked beans just the way you like them, and apple turnovers. Is that
Yes, Arnold, this Monday night is different from all the rest. 6 months ago, it was just a vagrant, horrifying idea. Now it's an obsession, isn't it? It's a terrible decision, Arnold. And there's no one to talk it out with. No one in whom you can confide. You sit there staring at the newspaper without seeing it. Thinking how you hate her and the senseless prattle you've had to listen to for 10 years across the dinner table. But you can't walk out, Arnold. That's the strange part of it. You've decided it would be too cruel to walk out. She leans on you. She's dependent on you for everything. No, Arnold, you can't walk out.
Arnold, come on, darling. The beans are on the table.
Yes, dear. Coming.
It's odd, isn't it, Arnold? How a random thought like the one that struck you 6 months ago can take hold and grow and finally solidify into something very real. As evening after evening of Evelyn's nonsensical prattle drives you closer and closer to it. Yes, you've decided it has to be tonight, haven't you, Arnold? And you're smart enough to realize that most murderers are tripped up by their own cleverness. That the plan surest to success is the simple one. As usual, you help Evelyn with the dinner dishes. But tonight, your mind isn't on your work.
That's my best Haviland china. I don't know why, but it struck me tonight that there's no use letting it gather dust in the closet. We almost never use it, and I said to myself, there's no use having nice things if you can't enjoy them. I think that's right, don't you, Arnold? Don't you think that's right? Arnold, aren't you listening to me?
Oh, sorry, dear. Yes.
Oh. Well, here's the casserole. Be careful, dear. I was saying about using Haviland for every day.
Yes, there's no use having nice things if you can't enjoy them.
Well, I hope you don't think it's wrong, Arnold. It is lovely china, but after all, what's the use of having nice...
Of course.
Oh, do be careful with that casserole, dear. Aunt Leona gave it to us for a wedding present, remember? Poor darling. She'd be alive today if it weren't for that terrible accident.
What? Accident? I don't remember.
Oh, of course you do, dear. The bathtub.
Bathtub?
Arnold! Our best casserole!
You try and comfort Evelyn, but she's heartbroken. Her best casserole, Arnold. You do feel sorry for her, don't you? It's clear now that you could never leave her. Why, that would be more cruel than the other way. So there's going to be an accident, isn't there, Arnold? A simple, ordinary accident. Like Aunt Leona's in the bathtub tomorrow morning. Everyone knows she sleeps late. That you always have breakfast in town. That you're at the office working before she gets up.
10 o'clock, dear. Time we were in bed.
I suppose so.
I'm awfully sorry about the casserole, dear.
You probably think I'm being silly about it, Arnold. But after all, it's Haviland, and you just can't buy it these days. It simply isn't to be had, and it's the only thing Aunt Leona gave us. You do understand, don't you,
I'll try and
Arnold?
find another one tomorrow.
Oh, it's no use, Arnold. Haviland just...
Let me try, dear. About tomorrow, I forgot to tell you that the coffee shop where I usually have my breakfast is closed for redecoration. I was wondering if you'd mind getting up early tomorrow, fixing me a little breakfast.
Why, I'd love to, dear. You know I love waiting on you.
Yes, I know.
Oh, it'll be fun, Arnold. We'll have hot cakes and sausages and eggs. I am sleepy. I better run up to bed if I'm to get up with the birds. Oh, it'll be fun, Arnold. I think it'd be nice if we did it more often.
Perhaps it would.
Good night, darling. And you do understand
yes,
about
Evelyn, I do understand about the casserole.
It's a long night, isn't it, Arnold? The longest night you ever spent in your life. You lie there wide awake, looking up at the ceiling, at the shadow of the chandelier in the moonlight, the black silhouette of its chain against the pale gray of the ceiling. Yes, Arnold, a chain. That's what you're going to do tomorrow morning, isn't it? Break the chain. Smash it into 1,000 pieces.
Oh, Evelyn. Are you awake, Evelyn? She's gone. She's downstairs. Too late. I should have known she... Evelyn?
Is that you, darling? You see, I didn't forget. I'm just getting into the tub, and I'll have breakfast ready before you get dressed.
Don't hurry. There's plenty of time. Excuse me, dear. There's just one thing before I go downstairs.
So the chain is broken, Arnold, after 12 years. And Evelyn lies dead where you left her, of an accidental fall in the bathtub. There won't be many questions. There can't be. There were no questions about Aunt Leona, were there? Lots of people fall in bathtubs, hit their heads, and drown. And it's so simple, Arnold. You take the 7:13 bus, as usual. Drop into the coffee shop for breakfast, as usual. Report to the office at exactly the usual time. The neighbors all know she sleeps until well after you've left, that she must have been alone at the time of the fall. All you have to do now is to carry on exactly as you always do. To be careful that nothing happens on this day that will distinguish it from all the other drab, monotonous days before the chain was broken.
Mr. Stanton?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Roberts. Where was I?
Let's see. We will appreciate anything you can do to expedite shipment, since we are committed on delivery by February 1st.
Oh, yes, Merton Amalgamated Schools. Please add this, Miss Roberts. Paragraph. Incidentally, Mrs. Stanton wants particularly to be remembered to your wife and suggests that Mrs. Merton is accompanying you east, that you make it a point to stay with us. Regards. I think that ought to do.
Now, I'll get it out right away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, how is Mrs. Stanton lately?
Well, the same as ever. She was sleeping like a baby when I left this morning. You know how she is about getting up early.
Yes, I know. Well, it's 11:45, Mr. Stanton. Remember, you have a luncheon appointment at 12:30.
Oh, thank you, Miss Roberts. I'll remember.
11:45, Arnold. Business as usual. They haven't found her yet. They'll call you as soon as they do, and it can't be much longer. 11:45. Who'll find her, Arnold? The grocery boy or the mailman, perhaps? No, they wouldn't go upstairs. It'll probably be Mrs. Bronson down on the street. Nosy old Mrs. Bronson coming around just about now, pounding on the back door.
Oh,
Oh, it's you, Richard. What's the matter, Mr. Stanton? You nearly jumped out of your chair. Tuesday, you know, our day to go over the account. Oh, yes, the account.
Business as usual, Arnold. Everything you do this day is going under a microscope. Richard will remember how you jumped just then. Concentrate on the figures, Arnold.
44, 45. Our account with Great Western Stores amounted to $72,800.
But you can't concentrate, no matter how hard you try. Mrs. Bronson will knock on the back door and no one will answer. But how will she get in to discover Evelyn? Did you leave the door unlocked, Arnold? You were so excited that you might have forgotten. That would mean you'd have to find her yourself tonight when you come home.
No, I can't do that. What was that, Mr. Stanton? Oh, I'm sorry, Richard. You said you couldn't do something. Yes. I mean, I can't spend any more time on the reports right now. Would you mind leaving them here so I can check them this afternoon? Is anything wrong? No, nothing's wrong, Richard. Please go now.
There was a Mr. Weston Haverhill to see you while you were out to lunch, Mr. Stanton.
Haverhill? I don't know any Haverhill.
Well, rather nice-looking young man.
Was he here on business?
Well, he said it was personal and quite important.
I see. Anything else?
No. Were you expecting anything?
No, Miss Roberts. Nothing.
Oh, well, here's your letter to Mrs. Merton. I included that additional paragraph about your wife, and... Oh, that reminds me.
Huh? Reminds you of what?
Oh, I'm sorry. There was another message while you were out to lunch, and I don't know how I could have overlooked it. It was right on my pad.
What was it, Miss Rory?
Well, it was nothing urgent or anything like that.
What was the message?
It was from your wife. She said she's playing bridge at Mrs. Bronson's and may be late getting home this evening. She didn't want you to worry about her. That's all.
Don't faint now, Arnold. You don't want Miss Roberts to see you faint. What she said wasn't so remarkable, just an ordinary telephone call. Business as usual, Arnold. Wait until she gets out of the room. Better say something, anything.
Thank you, Miss Roberts.
Oh, not at all. If you'll sign the letter.
Yes, of course. There you are.
Thanks.
All right, Arnold, she's gone. You can let go now. She won't be back. That's it. Put your head down on the desk and let everything go black.
It can't be true. She's not alive. I saw her die. She's not alive. I'll go home and... Oh, I can't go home. I can't take the chance. Business as usual.
Miss Roberts might have made a mistake, Arnold. Perhaps the message came in yesterday, a week ago. Perhaps she looked at the wrong page of her book by mistake.
Yes, Mr. Stanton?
Miss Roberts,
Yes, sir.
I was just thinking... I was wondering...
Yes? Yes, sir?
No, never mind. I found what I was looking for. Never mind.
Well, if there's anything...
Can't make an issue with Paul stand out like a sore thumb afterwards. She... I know she's wrong. I know it. Oh, but I gotta rest. I gotta get myself together. Yeah, rest. Try to forget about it.
Why, Mr. Stanton.
Huh?
Are you still here? It's after 5.
Oh, I must have dozed off. I've been working a little too hard lately.
Mr. Stanton, is something wrong?
No, why?
Well, you've acted so strangely all
What's
day.
so strange about a man getting tired and falling asleep?
I don't know, Mr. Stanton. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too, Miss Roberts. It's late now. It's after 5. You better run along. I'm going, too. I don't want to be late. Evelyn will be waiting dinner, and
I thought I told you, Mr. Stanton. She's playing bridge.
Oh, yes, that's right. I forgot. By the way, Miss Roberts.
Yes.
Were there any other calls this afternoon?
Oh, I'm glad you reminded me. Mr. Averill called again and said not to disturb you, that he'd see you tonight at home.
Mr. Haverhill. Mr. Haverhill. You don't know who he is or what he is, Arnold, and you haven't got time to think about it now. Perhaps he's a plainclothesman, a detective. Anything is possible, isn't it? You've been such an awful failure. Business as usual, Arnold. Nothing you've done today was usual. Barking at your secretary, jumping at open doors, falling asleep exhausted for 4 hours this afternoon. And they'll remember everything when the time comes, Arnold. But still, you can't run out now. You've got to go through with it. You've got to go home and find out once and for all.
I did leave it unlocked. Evelyn? Are you there, Evelyn? 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 Evelyn! Evelyn? Evelyn, dear?
You stop with your hand on the bathroom doorknob. Somehow you can't go in and face it. Not yet. Not until you're sure, Arnold. The answer is just inside the door on the right. But you can't take it right now. You stand there for a minute, not thinking, not moving, feeling the pulse pound in your temples. And then you find yourself fumbling for a cigarette.
Take it easy. Cigarette.
You tear it to pieces trying to get it out of the packet. And then find you have no matches, so you skip the cigarette for the time being.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Bronson?
Yes. Who's this, please?
Arnold Stanton.
Oh, yes, Mr. Stanton.
I don't want to bother you, Mrs. Bronson, but...
Well, is anything the matter? You don't sound quite like yourself.
No, nothing like that, Mrs. Bronson. I just...
Yes?
There was a message for me this afternoon at the office. Something about Evelyn playing bridge, I think.
Oh, yes.
She isn't there with you, is she?
Why, yes, Mr. Stanton. She's right here. Would you like to speak to her?
Yes, I would.
Well, just hold on. Evelyn? Evelyn, dear? Hello?
Evelyn?
What's the matter with you?
Evelyn, I don't understand.
Wait a minute, Mr. Stanton. This is Mrs. Bronson again. Evelyn isn't here after all. I'm terribly sorry. She must have left while I was talking to you. Probably on her way home now. Ought to be there.
There she is, Arnold, just as you left her this morning. There's only one answer now. They discovered her and they're trying to trap you. Mrs. Bronson knows. Miss Roberts knew this afternoon. They all know. You run to the window at the end of the hall and look down onto the porch. A tall, serious young man is waiting at the front door. You know who he is, don't you, Arnold? You have to face him, Arnold. One thing more and you'll be sure. Slowly you walk to the front door.
is it? What do you want?
I'm sorry, Mr. Stanton.
Get it over with. What do you want?
My name's Havel. I've come to talk to you about your wife.
I thought so.
It's a rather serious proposition, you know.
Well, can't you come back later?
No, I want to...
Listen. Just give me 5 minutes. That's all I want. Just 5 minutes.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Stanton.
Go away.
Now, look,
Come back later. Go away. Go away.
It's a mile across the living room to your desk, and the pistol in the middle drawer. You'd given it to Evelyn Arnold because she was afraid while you were away at the office. Because she couldn't stand being without you alone. You take it out. Notice how cold it feels in your hand. Check the breech and find it's loaded, ready to go. You're tense now as you sit down in the easy chair by the fireplace. 4 minutes left, Arnold, and you won't need all of it. The heat of your hand has warmed the handle. It feels more natural there. You look at it for a moment, then raise it slowly. Your hand tightens on the trigger. So the chain was broken, Arnold. Not in one place, but in two. Mrs. Bronson, of course, the first to discover it. She'd been concerned over the way you sounded on the telephone and had hurried over to find you sprawled in the easy chair by the fireplace. A half hour later, Sergeant Cook was there, too, and the pieces began to fit together.
Now, Mrs. Bronson, you say you know something about all this?
Yes, in a way, I feel sort of responsible.
Responsible?
Well, you see, Mr. Stanton called me just before it happened, and, well, I told him Evelyn was at my house. Oh, I know I shouldn't have, but Evelyn was such a dear friend of mine, and... Well, but I don't think I was party to it. I never really approved. But there was this other person, Mr. Haverhill.
Mr. Weston Haverhill?
Yes, Evelyn had been seeing him for some time. I told her she was very wrong. The least she could do would be tell her husband she was in love with someone else. But she felt so sorry for Arnold. Said he was so dependent on her.
Yes?
This Haverhill wanted to have it all up with Arnold. To be above board about the whole thing. But Evelyn couldn't face it. So I covered up for her.
What do you mean, covered up for her?
Well, Evelyn and Mr. Haverhill were going to spend the day together, something special. And I called Mr. Stanton's office and pretended I was Evelyn. Said she was at my house playing bridge. Then when he got home, found she wasn't there, he called me to check up on her.
And you told him the same thing?
Yes, I told him. She just left. What else could I do?
It must have been a terrible shock when he found her there in the bathroom.
Yes. Arnold couldn't stand it, poor man. He just had to be with her. You know, it makes sort of a perfect ending. He never would have been happy without her. He loved her so.
You've been listening to The Whistler in the Broken Chain. Be sure to join us next week for the As It Happens. Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called The Man Who Knew Everything.
How do you do? That's just a manner of speaking, isn't it, when I know perfectly well how you do. I know you're all right, except for the weather and all that. I should have said, how do you... No, I mean, good day. Yeah, that's better. Excuse me just a moment. I know who that is. Hello? Yes? Yes, I know. Why, the name of the mystery tune is Interlude Dramatique by Piero Coppola, who was formerly conductor of the Paris Conservatoire Orchestra. Thank you, I know. A brand new automobile. 2 refrigerators. Yes. 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 Yes, I know. Yes, thank you, but you forgot a dozen pair of chromium-plated stilts. Yes, thank you. No, I'm not very excited, thank you. I knew I was going to win the jackpot. Yes. And send everything to my home. That's always the way it is. They're so surprised when I know the answers. I can't really help it, you see. I know everything. It's a little awkward at times, knowing everything. And sometimes I find it difficult to explain. You see, I never know anything until I think about it. My goodness, some of the things I think about. I'll be sitting here, for instance, just idling away the time, and all of a sudden I'll think, what is the square root of 777? It's 27.6747 plus. Ornamental, but hardly useful. Mr. Willis Cooper's telephone number in Chicago in 1922 was Buckingham 1570. Interesting. Mrs. Dorothy Neely of Woodland Hills, California, has a dog named Kilty, a Scottish Terrier. Ernest Chappell went to North High School in Syracuse. Joseph Silverman of New York City speaks Chinese. I don't know who that is. Hello. Yes, I know it's the Weather Bureau. Tomorrow will be fair and colder, moderate to fresh northerly winds. You're welcome. You see, I'm continually bothered by people who want to know things. What is a tonka bean? What was President Rutherford B. Hayes' middle name? Where did I lose my diamond bracelet? What does Patsibo Bolshoi mean? The answers, respectively, are a South American product used for flavoring cigarette tobacco, birchard, in the laundry hamper in your bathroom under your green unmentionables. And thank you very much in Russian. Quite welcome, I'm sure. I said it's a little awkward at times. I mean by that it's, shall I say, unpleasant. I shall say unpleasant. When I get to thinking about myself, I know all about me. Natch, as Mr. Murray Bolin of Pacific Palisades, California, often says, I am aware that my spleen is 2 centimeters too high, that I have a tendency to hypertension, and that I shall probably perish of an aortal aneurysm. However, don't let those ailments of mine bother you. I shall not tell you about them in any more detail. It was of yourself I wish to speak. And I hope you will bear with me. As a matter of fact, I know you will bear with me. Excuse me, there is a gentleman at the door with a very interesting question. Come in. How do you do, Mr. Perry Bimforth of Puyallup, Washington? You will sit down.
My name is Clovis Feigelbaum.
Your name is Perry Bimforth. You were formerly in the bicycle repair business in Puyallup. You were convicted of battery in 1934, but released on a technicality. In 1947, you broke your right ankle, and last October you went through bankruptcy with liabilities of $83,000 and assets
Never mind. I've heard about you.
Obviously.
But I came here
to secure the combination of the vault at the Cordwainers National Bank on 13th Street.
Exactly.
The combination is, you better write it down, 11 left, right 2, left 16, right 24, left 6, right 5, and open. Have you got it?
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions, Mr. Bimforth?
How much is there in the vault?
$1,610,000, sir.
$1,610,000. Well, thanks very much.
Any other questions?
No, I think not.
Very well. Good day, sir.
Good day.
That chap? Oh, a burglar. They bother me to death. But I was starting to talk about you. May I go on, please? I know a few facts that I think you ought to know, too. Do you know these people by their descriptions? A tall, grossly fat man with a bald head, an absolutely bald head, then an extremely unpleasant, deep voice, just the trace of an accent. Probably 6 feet 6 inches tall, weighed about 300 pounds. And a man and a woman with him, both of them not more than 4 feet tall. The man, very fat, too, in a sort of unhealthy way, wearing a little black mustache. And the woman, short and dumpy, wears glasses, perched on a very sharp nose, has a very red face, you. They were talking about you in a certain restaurant Wednesday night. Wednesday night. Does that give you any ideas? Well, think. Please think. Let me describe them a little more. The tall, gross, cruel-looking man wore a tan gabardine suit with a white shirt and a knitted red and black tie. He was eating a breaded veal cutlet, I think. It was rather unpleasant watching it. The smaller man wore a blue serge suit, rather shiny, blue shirt, and a bow tie. He was drinking beer, Pilsner Urquell. Although he mispronounced it, he called it Urquell. The woman has a very red face. It looks as if she'd rubbed it all over. Sharp features, kind of modified harlequin glasses. Dark gray dress with an ornament that looks like a woman's hand. Rather like the hand of Fatima, but I'm sure it couldn't be that on this woman. A dark blue hat with a capercaillie feather on it. You know her? Well, she knows you. I wish you'd search your memory. That really is quite important. You must excuse me a moment. Miss Tragasant is coming in with the mail. Come in, Miss Tragasant.
Good morning, Mr. Afternoon.
Good morning, Miss Tragasant. The safety pin with which you fastened your girdle when you broke the zipper this morning is open, Miss Tragasant, and it will presently stick you if you do not fix it.
Thank you, Mr. Afternoon.
That is one of the unfortunate aspects of knowing everything. But Miss Tragasant is more or less used to my knowing everything. I noticed your start when she addressed me by my name. I am sorry. I should have introduced myself long ago here. We've been sitting and talking all this time, and I'm sorry. My name is Charles W. Afternoon of Woodbury, New Jersey. Our ancestral home on North Drexel Street in Woodbury is one of the sights of the city. Miss Tragasant has effected the repairs. She is returning. Come on, Miss Tragasant.
Thank you, Mr. Afternoon.
You're entirely welcome, Miss Tragasant. I see you have only 2 letters today. Take a letter to Mrs. Grover Cleveland McNulty, The Dells, Oregon. Dear Mrs. McNulty, no. Yours truly. No, Miss Tragasant, I do not need to see the letters. I know what is in them. The next one. To Mr. Marshall Birddog, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Dear Mr. Birddog, your great-grandfather's name was 13 Thumbs, period. He was a sachem of the Stone Boiler Indians in Upper Athabasca, then was captured in 1812 and converted to the Shinto faith by a band of wandering Japanese fishermen, period. Paragraph. He escaped 7 years later, emigrated to Doylestown, Pennsylvania, and became the father of a large family, which later removed to Albuquerque, although your great-grandfather deserted the Apaches near Anton Chico, New Mexico, and resumed his former life as a sachem, period. Yours truly.
There was another letter, Mr. Afternoon, but I lost it.
Never mind, Miss Tragasant. It was from my Uncle Fred asking for money. Send him a check for $60 and give my best regards to him and Aunt Hilda. You have a cold, Miss Tragasant.
I hope I'll get over it.
You will.
It must be wonderful to know everything, Mr. Afternoon.
People either get over a cold or they eventually die from it. I know that you are not going to die from a cold, ergo you will get over this one and all the others you may have, which, in your case, is 14 more before you die.
What am I going to die of, Mr. Afternoon?
Never mind.
Please, Mr. Afternoon.
I don't know.
Yes, you do, Mr. Afternoon.
No, I don't.
Oh, Mr. Afternoon.
I shan't tell you.
Will I be murdered?
No.
Will it be an accident?
No.
Will I be hanged?
No. Please go away, Miss Tragasant.
You're mean, Mr. Afternoon. Where will I die? Will you tell me that?
Why should I?
Well, then I wouldn't ever go there, see?
Please go away, Miss Tragasant. There's somebody at the door.
Well, I think you...
A meanie. Answer the door.
I don't hear the doorbell.
It will ring. There.
Oh. Can I go out and get a sandwich then, Mr. Afternoon?
You will, whether I give you permission or not.
Oh.
Miss Tragasant is going to die of overeating at the age of 81. That man at the door now. That's a policeman. It's Officer Shapiro, an old friend of mine. He's come to tell me that he has arrested the gentleman from Puyallup, Washington, Mr. Bimforth. You remember? The man who wanted the combination of the bank vault? You thought I was being an accessory to a crime, didn't you? It was quite all right to give him the combination, you see. I knew the police were looking for him. I'd have told him, but he didn't ask me. You see, I do know everything, but generally I don't tell unless I'm asked. But in your case, these people I was telling you about, yes, I know you don't know them, but I do know you've seen them, separately perhaps. A tall, fat man with a cruel mouth and the eyes that always seem to be looking over your shoulder and yet never miss a movement. And a greasy little man with a black mustache and a heavy thing in his left-hand coat pocket. He's left-handed, you know. And a sharp-faced woman with the glasses, with the mercurochrome stains on her right thumb, and a brand-new Corette handbag that has nothing in it but an ice pick. You wouldn't kid me, would you? You can't kid me. What are you fidgeting about? You see? Remember this morning when you felt as if there was someone watching you? Then tell me something. Did your coffee taste funny this morning? You see? Maybe you do know them, after all. No, Miss Tragathanthe, I don't want you to fetch me a sandwich. She's going out to have a peanut butter and chutney sandwich. She usually has a cream cheese and spam on Russian rye, but she's changed her mind today. By the way, wasn't that door to your bedroom open? You didn't close it. No, I wouldn't go look yet, if I were you. Matter of fact, I wouldn't like to be you. No, I don't know exactly what is going to happen, but I'll know when it does happen. I find it rather difficult to predict happenings, except, of course, perfectly obvious things like my secretary dying of overeating at the age of 81, and my own demise of an aortal aneurysm, but I'm not sure when that will occur. And your own case. I know that something rather dreadful will occur to you, and I naturally want to warn you about it so that it won't come as a complete surprise to you. There's nothing I can do about it except warn you. Incidentally, the windows in that room could stand a washing. No, don't look. You might see something you don't want to see. Listen to me. This tall, gross man I told you about, he limps slightly in his left leg. A knife cut. He's unhealthy, too, has ulcers. The way he eats fried food. But he's quite dangerous, not a nice person at all. And those accomplices of his. The woman's name is Mamie. Recognize that? Mamie? I don't need to tell you her last name, do I? Or have you forgotten it? Mamie. And her ice pick? The little man? Oh, he has several names. No, I'm not trying to kid you. I just don't think it's a good idea to tell you right here in front of everybody. I'll lean over here and I'll whisper it to you. One of his names is... You know him now? He didn't have the mustache maybe then, but you'll recognize him by it now. A little mustache, kind of like Hitler's. You wouldn't forget Hitler's mustache, would you? Always carries a book. He had it on the table beside his plate Wednesday night, and the cover got all stained with beer. He's a little sloppy, isn't he? That's Judge Rodney Erickson. He's trying Clapper Claudette. You know, the gangster they're accusing of putting his enemies in the deep freeze up in Connecticut? Hello, Judge Erickson. No, Clapper Claudette is innocent, Judge. It was his lawyer that did it, Ollie Thought. Hang him, Judge. Issue a bench warrant and he'll confess. Clapper Claudette really was in jail in Michigan when it happened. Ollie Thought did it. You're welcome, Judge. Always ready to help out justice. Yes, Miss Tragersand?
There's a man to see you.
I know it.
Oh, darn. Can't I ever tell you anything you don't know?
Of course not.
This is a tall, fat man.
With a heavy face and eyes that don't match, and he's wearing a brown gabardine suit.
And he says he saw you in a restaurant.
Wednesday night. You will show him in, Miss Tragersand.
Come in, sir.
How do you... hello, Mr. Ducroft.
I want you to know something, Mr. Afternoon.
I already know it.
My right name is not...
My name is not Amadeus Wolfgang Ducroft, but that is the name you are using at present.
It is so. I have...
A message for me.
I will tell you the message.
Of course.
You are in communication with a certain party.
I am?
I want to warn you...
Get away from that keyhole, Miss Tragersand. You want to warn me that I must not communicate further with this certain person.
Party.
I'm sorry.
Then I'm afraid that I shall have to take steps.
You mean kill me?
That is what I mean, Mr. Afternoon.
You will not kill me.
Oh, yes, I will.
Sir, I beg to differ with you. You will attempt to kill me, but your gun, which you are carrying in your hand with your broad-brimmed detective-style hat, will misfire. And Miss Tragersand will call the police, but you'll escape before they arrive.
You think so?
I know so.
No.
But yes, Mr.
Let's see if the gun will misfire, then.
Now, you see?
Thanks for coming, Mr. Afternoon. They'll be
You'd
here.
better run, Mr. Ducroft.
Well, for heaven's sake. For a fat man, he certainly can move fast.
Yes, indeed. Too fast, I'm afraid. The police are arriving, Miss Tragersand. Kindly tell them they won't be needed.
Yes, sir.
Did you recognize his voice? When you hear a knock at your door, and you ask who's there, and you hear that voice again, well, by the way, perhaps you'd better double lock your door. He's quite powerful, and as Miss Tragersand says, he moves fast for a fat man. There's a car driving away quite rapidly down the street. I could see it from the window, but I don't need to. I know who's in it. The woman with the sharp features and the little man with a Hitler mustache. And the man who calls himself Ducroft. You don't know where they're going. I do. I know everything. I even know why they're after you. Even if you can't think why. You could think why if you wanted to. There isn't much time left. It's 5:50, Miss Tragersand.
What time is it, Mr. Afternoon? Oh.
No, there isn't much time left. And it isn't far to your place. Besides, they've been there before, you know, and they know all the shortcuts. I think if I were you, I'd put something against the door. If you only knew what I overheard in the restaurant Wednesday night while a tall, fat man talked. A tall, fat man with the cold killer's eyes and a gun that won't misfire the next time. And he's taking care of that. And I would have frightened you a great deal more if you'd heard what he said to the woman he calls Mamie. The woman with a brand new Corette purse and nothing in it. But an ice pick. And what the little greasy man said to him, the man in the blue serge suit with something heavy in the left-hand coat pocket. It frightens me, and I'm not easily frightened. And then a tall, fat man coming to see me. I didn't expect that. Even if I did know who he was when he came to the front door. I know what he's got in his pocket. What the fat man's carrying. A coil of piano wire. And I know what they're talking about. Right now. As they drive along on the way to your house. Don't you know? Well, can't you figure it out? Don't you know what they want? I do. Think, won't you? No, I don't want to tell you. Don't be obstinate. You do know who they are, all three of them. Don't answer the telephone if it rings. That wasn't your phone. It was mine. It's the police. Just wait a second. Yes, Officer Drucker?
Yes, Mr. Afternoon. I hear a fella got away
at your place a little while ago. Tall fella, fat, with a big Stetson hat. You called the police, didn't you?
That is quite true, Officer Drucker. He tried to shoot me, but he escaped. He is in a car with two other persons, a man and a woman.
How'd you know?
And he ran down an old man and a corporal in the Air Force at a street intersection.
The old man's dead.
And the corporal has internal injuries. He will survive.
The hit and run thing.
Yes, I know.
I was wondering if you had any idea where they're going so we could head them off.
Why, no, Officer Drucker. I haven't the faintest idea.
Well, I was just hoping.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I had to do that. Now, you don't want the police in on this, do you? No, of course you don't. Listen, is that someone at your door? No, it's the people next door. They're listening, too. I think they're getting ready to go out. They don't want to get involved in this. I'm sure I don't blame them, not after what I heard Wednesday night. No, it's too late for you to go out. You wouldn't have a chance, you know that. Time's getting short. If I were there with you, I might be able to help. Why do I say that? I know I could help you. But I'm not there, unfortunately. And please don't call the police. Stay away from the telephone. You feel sick, don't you? I told you about the coffee. Are you sure there hasn't been somebody in your house? I know you don't think it's possible, but don't be too sure. Wasn't there a drawer open when you came home yesterday? A drawer you thought you'd closed? Remember when you woke up in the middle of the night, Friday night, and wondered what it was that woke you up? Sure. Are you frightened? I'd be, I know. Because you don't know what's going to happen. That's why you're not so scared. But I know what's going to happen, and it scares me. It scares me to know everything. You have no idea all the things I know. Frightening things, funny things, strange things. What dogs talk about and how to make a pisco punch. What's hidden in that cave under Radio City in New York. The beach where Captain Kidd buried his treasure, and how much it cost to put an ad in the London Daily Mail, the size hat that Stalin wears. And what Miss Tragasant wants for Christmas next year. How I'm going to die sometime of an aortal aneurysm. The name of the mayor of Peoria, Illinois. And what's going to happen to you? A tall, fat man. A little sharp-featured woman with glasses. And a little man with a Hitler mustache. And the presents they're bringing you. You do know them, don't you? Come in, Miss Dragaside. You brought the letters for me to sign.
Yes, Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you. That'll be all for today, Miss Dragaside.
Why, what's the matter, Mr. Atkinson?
I don't feel good.
You're getting a cold.
No. Thank you, Miss Dragaside. You can go now. I'm busy.
Yes.
I had to get rid of her in a hurry. I've got something more to tell you. You've only got a few more minutes to wait. I hope you're ready. Listen. There's not somebody outside your door now. Listen closely. Listen. Ouch. Look. I'll tell you what to do. There's only one thing that... I feel dizzy. Only one thing you can do. They're at your door now. Did you put something against it? Wait a second. I'm out of breath. I'll tell you what to do. Just take... Oh. Just take... Oh. I'll have to hurry. I told you about that. By the order aneurysm, I'm afraid. Oh. All you have to do... They're at the door. All you have to do is... Oh. My chest. You just take... Just take... It's come. It's come. Help. Miss Trike. Help.
Well, I was just going home, Mr. Atkinson.
I'm trying to stop. Oh.
What can I do? What should I...
Too late.
Can I get some water?
Help. All you have to do, they're at the door. They're coming in. Just take it. Oh. I'm sorry. We gotta take... Too late. The door.
He's dead.
The title of today's Quiet Please story is The Man Who Knew Everything. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. And the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And others in the cast were James Goss, Arthur Cole, and Gene McBride. Music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, here's our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week, for all my Irish friends, I have a story for it called Dark Rosalie.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. And now, a listening reminder. In just a little while, you'll want to hear the predictions of things to come that will come your way from Drew Pearson. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
WRR Dallas.
Good evening, friends of the inner sanctum. This is your host inviting you in through the squeaking door. I just left a friend of mine. He runs an all-night billiard academy near the cemetery. As after midnight, he uncovers the ghoul tables. But no rough stuff at his place. No, he settles all arguments by arbitration. Simply lifts the shroud and points out they haven't a leg to stand on. Believes the old motto that a fiend in need is a fiend indeed. Dust off the edge of your chair, because that's where you'll be sitting for the rest of this half hour, and listen to Murder Comes at Midnight. This is the story of how one average family, even as yours and mine, spent a quiet night at their rented country house. A night of terror. As I said, the Cannings were just an average family. Harry was 29 and worked as a sound engineer for a broadcasting studio in the city. Ethel was 27 and had been a school teacher before she was married. Now she was kept pretty busy between writing the great American novel and taking care of Judy, her 7-year-old daughter. This was the first year they had rented a house in the country for the summer, and Ethel didn't take much to the idea of being alone either.
At first, I didn't know what it was that woke me. Perhaps it was because I was expecting Harry. He phoned that he was working overtime. He wouldn't be home till after midnight. I didn't like the idea of his driving 60 miles from the city at that hour. Or maybe it was just because I wasn't used to being alone with Judy in the old house. I got out of bed. I opened the connecting door to Judy's room. She was sleeping quietly. I closed the door softly, went across to my window. Something had awakened me. What? Was it a sound I heard in my sleep? Or was it a premonition? I looked out the window. The night was dark with 1,000 secrets. Harry should have been home by this time. My watch showed a few minutes after 12. Maybe he'd had an accident. Maybe that's why I awakened. Some sort of telepathy. And then I saw the headlight. It was Harry. He was turning in our road. The headlights phased me for a moment as he swung into our driveway. Everything was all right then. I'll be right down, Harry. Breathlessly, I raced downstairs to let him in. I was so happy I could cry. It was only then I realized what tension I'd been under, all because of my silly fears. I unlocked the door quickly. Oh, Harry, I was so worried.
Sorry to bother you so late, miss. Had an accident with my car.
Oh, I thought you were my husband.
Oh, sorry to disappoint you.
Oh, no, I'm afraid you can't come in. My husband isn't home yet.
Well, it won't be for long.
Oh, my heavens, you're hurt. It's your arm.
Oh, hurt it in the accident. Afraid it's broken.
Oh, you poor man. Here, sit down. Sit down right here.
Oh, that's better.
Ed, your arm's so limp. Do you really think it's broken?
I can't tell. It's kind of numb.
Oh, dear, I feel so helpless. I don't know what to do. I took a first aid course during the war, but I don't remember a thing. Now, maybe I better call Dr. Schultz.
Oh, please, don't go to this trouble.
There's no trouble. The phone's right here.
I said no doctor.
But it's all right.
Put down that phone, please.
I don't understand.
Maybe you understand this.
A gun?
Put the phone down.
Who are you?
I'll ask the questions from now on. Your name's Canning, isn't it?
How did you know?
Name's on the door, isn't it?
Oh.
What kind of phone is that?
What do you mean?
Party line?
No, it's a private wire.
Can you dial, or do you have to ask the operator for the number?
No, you just dial.
Good. Push the phone over here to this side of the table.
Who were you going to call?
The phone, please.
You better get out of here before my husband comes home.
Oh, how do you think he'd make out in an argument with this?
Oh.
The phone. Thank you. Now step back a little. That's good. Good. I have to put this gun down while I make my call. This arm of mine. But you understand that I can pick it up faster than you could reach it from there, don't you?
Yes, I understand.
I see we'll get along all right. Oh, operator, get me Plaza 99970. Yeah, I'm hurry, please. Oh, this is 864.
Please. After your phone call, you get out. Before my husband comes home. He's late already.
You wouldn't turn an injured man out of your house in the middle of the night. Oh, hello, Linda? That's right. I had a little trouble. I hurt my arm. Look, I think you'd better come up here. Yeah, and bring Fred and Doc Stetson along. Oh, no. Everything's fine. Won't be any trouble. I'm a guest of some very good friends up here. Canning's the name. Or you drive up Highway 26 through a court and turn right when you pass the first gas station. Just a mile from there. You ought to be here by 6 in the morning. There'll be a light in the downstairs window. Right, Linda. See you in the morning.
You can't stay here all night. You've got to
Shut
go.
up. What's that over there? Radio?
Yes.
It's pretty big.
It's a sending and receiving set. Harry built it himself. He's a radio engineer.
Can you get shortwave police calls?
Yes.
Turn it on.
But I don't...
Turn it on.
No.
Well, getting brave, huh?
I don't think you'd dare to shoot me. It would be murder. They'd send you to the chair. Now, you get out of here. You call your friends and tell them to meet you someplace else. Now, there, I've opened the door. Now, get out.
Worried about your husband, aren't you? Afraid of what'll happen to him if he comes home now, huh?
I want you to go away. And if you don't go now, I'll run out and scream for help. There are other houses in this neighborhood, and somebody will hear me.
Oh, go ahead and run.
What?
I won't shoot you.
You won't?
I don't have to.
What do you mean?
You wouldn't dare to run out and leave your kid upstairs. That little red-headed kid with the cute curls. Judy.
How do you know I have a daughter?
Easy. The doll carriage over there.
How do you know she has red curls?
Maybe I guessed it.
And her name, too?
Turn on that radio.
All right.
All junctions on Highway 26. All cars must be searched, every passenger positively identified. Officers are warned to exercise extreme caution. Though believed to be wounded, he's armed and dangerous. I will repeat, Arnie Bishop, known as the Gentleman Killer, escaped from custody on board the Allegheny Limited at 11 o'clock while being escorted to the death house at the state prison. He's thought to be heading north in the direction of the Ford.
Now you know who I am.
Arnie Bishop. You're Arnie Bishop.
How many rooms in this house?
6.
Fine. My friends and I will stay here for a few days. This will make a fine hideout.
What will you do when my husband comes home?
Don't worry about him. Now, suppose we go in the kitchen and you can make me something to eat.
Wait.
Huh?
Why did you choose this house to come to? This house of all others.
Can't you guess?
Yes, I think so. How did you know Judy's name? And about the color of her hair?
Ah, you're getting warm.
My husband, Harry. Harry told you.
Ah, you know you're pretty smart.
Oh, please, don't you have any pity at all? Tell me what you did to Harry.
He's not hurt much. I just tapped him on the head. He picked me up on the road, gave me a lift. I pumped him, found out all about this house and about you and Judy. Then I knocked him out and kept going. It was pretty tough driving with one hand, but I made it.
Where's Harry now?
In the back of the car. He can't get loose.
I'm going out to...
Stay where you are.
But Harry's hurt. I can't leave him out there alone.
About this little red-headed kid of yours, where does she sleep? Upstairs?
You wouldn't hurt her.
Better stay here if you want to make sure.
Oh, no.
That's better. Now, suppose we have something to eat.
Now let's return to the little white shingled house on the hill, where Ethel Canning is entertaining her uninvited guest, Arnie Bishop. You know, he's a pretty courageous guy for an ex-convict. But then maybe he has the courage of his convictions. But Arnie isn't so smart, you know, tangling with a red-headed gal. He ought to recall that old ditty. How's it go? Beware of a girl with deep red hair. A man is safer in the electric chair. But who can tell how a tale will end on In a Sanctum? Let's join them in the kitchen.
Well, excellent bacon and eggs. I'm sure my friends will like cooking when they come.
More coffee?
Yes, please. Careful.
Oh. I was only reaching for the coffee cup.
I thought you might have ideas about grabbing this.
There's your coffee.
What time is it?
20 after 2?
3.5 hours to go before my friends get here.
How will they get through the roadblock?
Oh, you'll leave it to there.
Oh.
What's that?
That's the telephone. It's in the living room.
You better get to it. Oh, you don't let go of that gun.
Oh!
tried that.
What are you going to do?
Answer that telephone first. Get going. Anybody in the habit of calling you at this hour?
No.
All right, answer it. But be careful what you say.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Canning. Oh. It's for you.
Oh. All right. Lay the receiver down on the table and walk away. All right, it's far enough. Don't try anything. Hello? Linda? What, did you get started yet? Oh, where are you? What? Roadblocks? Well, you've got to get through. I need Doc Stetson. You've got to make it, Linda. I can't stay awake forever. All right. Do your best. Call me back later. Oh.
What's the matter, Mr. Bishop? Are your friends falling down on you?
Shut up. I've got to think.
Oh, you don't have anything to worry about, Mr. Bishop. Aren't you a guest of the Cannings in the little white-shingled house a mile off Highway 26 north of Accord?
Oh, you can be sarcastic, too.
Oh, I wouldn't dare be sarcastic to you, Mr. Bishop. Especially when you have that gun. And with my husband unconscious in the car, and you threatening to harm my child. Oh, no. No, you still hold all the cards, Mr. Bishop, and you're such a big, strong, brave man.
What are you trying to do? Get me mad enough to kill you?
Aren't you going to kill me anyway?
What makes you think that?
Because you're a killer by instinct, Mr. Bishop. It's easier for you to kill than to do anything else. I wonder why you didn't murder my husband instead of just knocking him out. Was it because you thought you might need him?
Well, you're not afraid of me anymore.
No, I'm not. No, I just realized I can't afford to be afraid.
What?
I'm a woman fighting for her family, for Harry and Judy. And I've got to use all my wits against you. I can't afford to be afraid.
You've got some scheme in that crazy little brain of yours.
Yes, Mr. Bishop, I have. I think I've found the chink in your armor. You're a coward.
Me?
Yes, you. You're the one who's afraid now. Your friends aren't coming. You have a wound in your arm that needs treatment, and you know you can't trust me. You don't dare close your eyes even for 5 minutes. And you may have to stay here for several days. How do you like the prospect of staying awake night and day, watching me every minute of the time, afraid that you might drop off to sleep at any minute?
Oh, that's how you figure it, huh?
Maybe you better kill us all right now, Mr. Bishop. That would be easy, wouldn't it? Just 3 bullets. Then you wouldn't have to worry about watching anyone.
That's an excellent idea, Mrs. Canning.
Yes. But then you'd have other things to worry about.
Such as?
This is Saturday morning. The milkman will come to collect for the week's milk. The neighbors will stop by to ask if I want my marketing done. And what will you do? Skulk in the cellar while they ring the doorbell?
Yeah.
And then there's the police.
What about the police?
They'll surely search this part of the country. They'll be making inquiries at all the houses. Do you want them to find the car outside? With Harry in it?
Oh. You figured all the angles, huh? You know, you're pretty smart, Mrs. Canning. I think you're even smarter than Linda. But you forget one thing.
Yes?
You forget that little girl upstairs.
What do you mean?
Come along and I'll show you. Upstairs.
You stay away from Judy. Oh!
Maybe you think you've got everything figured out, but I'm still the boss. Gun muscle hurts, doesn't it? Now, shall we go upstairs? That's better. So you think Arnie Bishop is licked, huh? Now, which is Judy's room?
What are you going to do to her?
Which is Judy's room? Or are you going to make me open all the doors to find her?
No. That one.
All right, let's go in. So you first, Mrs. Canning.
I warn you, if you hurt
You first, Mrs. Canning.
Please don't wake her.
Oh, very pretty child. How peaceful she looks. and innocent. Hey, you know, childhood's the best time of life. It's almost a pity to grow up out of it.
You couldn't hurt her.
Oh, I assure you, Mrs. Canning, I won't lay a hand on her. Oh, no, not on a beautiful child like that.
No.
But, I've got to protect myself. So let's see. That's the connecting door to your room, isn't it?
Yes.
There's a key in the door. Lock it, please. Now give me the key. Thank you. Now we'll go out the way we came in. I'll take the key out of this door, too. Thanks. You first. Now we'll lock this door on the outside. There you are. Everything's set.
You just want to make sure she doesn't get out?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Now, will you pull the mattress and sheets off your bed and bring them out here, please?
Are you going to sleep in front of her door?
Do as I say.
All right.
I'll help you.
I don't understand. Why do you want to sleep out here?
No, everything just the way I want it. The mattress against Judy's door.
But you can't sleep on it that way, half up against the door.
I didn't say I was going to sleep on it.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Mrs. Canning, we'll see if you can figure out how to beat this angle.
What do you mean?
What would happen if I were to put a match to this mattress and bedding?
Oh, no!
This whole floor would be in flames in 5 minutes. With both doors locked. Judy wouldn't have much of a chance.
Oh, no!
Still think Arnie Bishop is licked, Mrs. Canning? You're right about one thing, Mrs. Canning. I am in a corner. With this bum arm, I've got no chance of running if the police come. So if they do, and if I'm cornered, I'll set a match to this mattress and fight them off till the whole house is just a bunch of rubble with Judy in it. You understand me thoroughly, Mrs. Canning. So it's up to you to see that the police don't come. You're going to lie for me, Mrs. Canning, and you're going to cheat for me, and you're going to kill for me if necessary, because I always have a match ready. Now, do you still feel like trying any tricks?
I'll do whatever you say.
More like it. Now, the first thing you're to do, go downstairs and run that car into the garage. Get it out of the way. But don't touch your husband. Don't even look in the back of the car. I'll be watching, understand?
Yes.
Glad we understand each other at last. Let's go. I'll be standing right here in the driveway, so don't try any tricks.
I won't.
Remember, I'm watching.
Harry. Harry, dear, can you hear me? Harry? Harry? Oh, he's still unconscious. There's blood on his head.
Canning.
Yes, I'm coming.
You did take a look at him, didn't you?
No.
All right.
No.
All right, come inside. Beautiful night, isn't it?
It'll be morning soon.
What time is it?
Almost 6. The milkman should be here soon.
Oh? Well, here's where you start lying for me. After you, madam. Now, I'm going to sit right here in this chair with my hand in my pocket. And in my hand's the gun. Understand?
Yes. That's the milkman.
You'll tell him I'm your cousin, just visiting here for a few days.
He'll wonder why you're up so early.
Let him wonder. Go on, answer him.
Good morning, Mr. Canning. I'm the new milkman on the route. Hope I didn't wake you up.
Come in, please.
That's 2 bottles of milk you wanted this morning and a bottle of cream.
Here, you can put them on the table there.
Yeah, right.
Oh, this is my cousin. He's visiting us for a few days.
Oh, how are you?
Hello.
Do you have my bill?
Yeah, I got it right here in my pocket. Here.
Hey, is that...
That's right, Bishop. It's a gun. Sit still and take your hand out of your pocket very carefully.
Okay, you win. But how come a milkman with a gun?
I borrowed this coat from the regular milkman. I'm Sergeant Wright, State Police.
What?
Kevin.
State Police? How did you know I was here?
Mrs. Canning told us.
She? Well, how? I didn't let her out of my sight.
She broadcast it to us.
Broadcast?
Yes. Over this set, Mr. Bishop. Remember the speech I made you? You didn't know what had come over me. I was really talking to the state police over the short wave. Don't you remember I told you that this was a sending and receiving set, that my husband built it? And when I turned off the short wave signals, I turned the switch to sending. And then I just hoped my message would get through.
I didn't think you were smart enough. And I thought I had you scared stiff. You looked like the kind who would scare easy.
Oh, I am, Mr. Bishop, I am. But I warned you. This was a time when I couldn't afford to be scared.
That a determined man can always get what he goes after. You remember Bishop tried to get free board and lodging from Ethel Canning. He finally got it, all right, but not exactly where he wanted it. You know, as a matter of fact, Bishop was the type of man who should never have gone in for murder. Oh, too many risks. He should have specialized in arson. That's always a surefire undertaking.
That was your host, Raymond Edward Johnson, closing the door on Inner Sanctum, tonight's performance in the Mystery Playhouse. It's late, Grief, so good night. Sleep tight.
Section of the New Mexico desert, where a small archaeological expedition sponsored by the Belmont University was concluding a period of research in the interest of growing.
Yes? Oh, it's your signature. Come in. Any news?
Yes. Now, take a look at this.
What is it? Good heavens. David, it's a portrait
Folsom Point?
Yeah, it's a Folsom Point.
Which means we can prove that people inhabited the North American continent 15,000 years ago.
Oh, it's undeniable evidence, isn't it?
Spengler, this is wonderful. It's almost too good to believe. Do you realize how much this discovery means to our expedition to Belmont University, to civilization in general? Where did you find it, Spengler?
Not far from here.
Take me there at once. Spengler, this is almost like discovering gold.
For me, it's better than discovering gold.
I must let Avery know. What was that remark, Spengler?
I said that for me, it's better than discovering gold.
Well, I don't believe I understand, Spengler.
Perhaps you will when I finish my story.
Oh, is there more to tell?
Considerably more. Purcell, I found that Folsom Point in a gully where I've been digging for days. Unknown to you or any other member of the expedition.
Unknown to us? But why?
Well, a recent cloudburst in the mountains cut a deep gorge in what was once an old riverbed.
Oh?
There was unmistakable signs that the spot had once been inhabited.
Spengler, you didn't find...
Yes, Purcell. I found the bones of a prehistoric man, a Folsom man, Purcell, complete in every detail. This spearhead lay beside him.
You're lying, Spengler. You know we've given up hope. If what you say is true, you'd be half crazy with excitement. You're lying.
Oh, Purcell, I'm not lying.
Oh, sorry. Can I see you a moment, Purcell? Yes, come in, Avery. I want to check over this list of relics. Is anything wrong? Avery, take a look at that relic on the table. Look, what did you think of it, huh? What? Well, odd-looking thing. By George. Purcell, Spengler, it's a Folsom Point. Where did you get it? You're quite sure it's a genuine Folsom Point, Avery? I'm positive. There's not the slightest doubt. What this means... Who found it?
I did.
When? Where? Why in the world are you two standing there staring at each other? Let me have the point, Avery. Of course. Here you are. Thank you. Very well, Spengler. Now tell Avery what you just told me.
Sure. The point was lying beside the bones of a man, a Folsom warrior. The skeleton was complete in every detail.
You're not serious, Spengler.
Oh, yes, I am.
Mr. Spengler has been digging in a gully for the past few days, unknown to us. Unknown to us? Yeah. But what difference does it make? This is too wonderful to be true. It's the reward of a lifetime of work and research. I quite agree with you, Avery. Why, the discovery of the bones of a Folsom warrior definitely establishes the fact that civilized man first came into being here in North America. Quite true, Avery, quite true. Well, Spengler?
Well, I figured you two would think it was pretty important. Now, my information should be worth considerable.
So that's it. Spengler, what in the world are you saying?
Well, I'll reduce it to as simple a statement as I can. I want $50,000 for showing you the skeleton.
50? Are you mad, man?
Quite sane, Avery.
Well? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's unheard of. It's treacherous.
Well, call it what you want to. Only make up your mind. There's plenty of others who will pay even more.
I can't believe it. I can't. Purcell, what are you going to do? I don't know yet. Spengler, I suppose you've gone over everything very carefully.
Very? Well, if you're thinking you can find my skeleton yourself, just forget it. I've taken pains to eliminate all traces of the spot where I was digging.
I see. You're quite aware that we haven't $50,000 or anywhere near that amount.
Well, you can get it, Belmont University.
No, Spengler. Belmont University will not advance us another penny. It's completely exhausted its resources when it raised funds to send us down here a year ago.
Why, your friends, rich guys?
Wrong again, Spengler. Our friends have, shall we say, lost faith in us. Listen to me. Avery and I have devoted our lifetimes to this work. Long ago we visited this section of the country and produced evidence that Folsom man once existed. We were young men then, Spengler. We had faith and willingness and vision.
So what?
So we worked and saved our money. We begged a little more and came back here to try and justify our faith.
Only you missed the boat, huh?
Yes, if you prefer, we missed the boat. We failed, but our faith remained unshaken. We went back and started all over again.
Look, I've heard all that stuff before. I've given you the deal.
You're going to hear it again, Spengler, whether you want to or not. Avery, lock the door.
Listen. These two old crows are acting like a couple of kids. With me, this is business. Now, if you don't want to go out...
It's far more than business, Spengler. It's a passion.
Well, then pick up the dough and let's get this thing settled.
You have no idea at all, Spengler, to what lengths we'd go to achieve success. When you begged us to include you in our group because you wanted experience, as you put it, we were glad to take you on. We remembered that we were once young and eager to get a start.
What kind of tripe is that? You needed a young man who was willing to dig ditches for you mean?
We thought you understood how deeply our feelings went toward our work. We should have known.
Now, keep away from me, old fool. You might get hurt.
Our work has become an obsession with us, Spengler. At one time, we even considered stealing in order to obtain funds to carry on. We were pretty desperate then. We're desperate now.
Away from me.
You're not going to tell your information to anyone else. You're going to give it to us, or
what?
We can find your gully. Don't think we can't. We'll cover every inch of the ground within 10 miles of this place.
You're crazy, both of you. You're a couple of crazy old coots.
Possibly we are. Possibly the thought of having success so close has driven us crazy. That doesn't alter the situation. Well, Spengler?
Put down that cigarette first. Come on, put it down. Keep away from me. Why, I could break you both with one hand.
I think perhaps you will have that chance, Spengler. Avery, get behind us. I think Mr. Spengler will find that we're more agile than we look. A year of digging in the desert.
Are you crazy? Avery, get away from me. I'm warning you both.
And we're warning you, Spengler. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell us?
No, I wouldn't tell you even if it was...
Let his arms, Avery. I got him. Hold him, Avery. Hold him. Hold him. Quite dead, Avery. The pulse and point penetrated to his heart. Really? Yes. We are murderers, Avery, you and I. We've committed murder. Regrets? No, I have no regrets. We've killed a man, yes. Killed a man so that we can find the bones of another who's been dead for 15,000 years. It's funny. Funny, isn't it, Purcell? Very funny.
Well, Inspector, in a few minutes we'll be in Folsom, New Mexico.
Yeah. How far out from the town of this archaeologist's camp are we going?
Oh, about 25 miles, according to Mr. Spengler. I've arranged to have a car ready for us in Folsom.
You know, that's something I don't get.
What's that?
Why didn't Mrs. Spengler come down here herself to find out about her husband's death?
Mrs. Spengler and her husband have been divorced for many years, Inspector.
Oh, so that's it. She figured he may have left a will, eh?
No, I think she wants to make sure Spengler is actually dead.
Now, wait a minute. I thought that the sheriff at Folsom sent an official statement to Belmont University to the effect that Spengler was accidentally killed when he fell on the point of a pick.
No, Inspector, that's wrong. Harvey Purcell, head of the expedition, enclosed the sheriff's statement with his regular report to the university.
Paulson. We're coming into Paulson, Mr. Drake.
Thank you, Porter. See anything out of the window, Inspector?
Getting a lot of sand. Kind of interesting looking, though.
Yes. Interesting and romantic, Inspector.
Romantic? Bart, this archaeological expedition is composed entirely of men, isn't it?
Why, yes, Inspector. Why do you ask?
Nothing. Romantic, he says.
This must be it, Inspector. Headquarters of the Belmont Archaeological Expedition.
That little bitty shack perched over there on the side of the sand dune?
Not very impressive, is it?
It's not very anything. Besides that, it looks deserted.
Well, we'll know about that in a minute. Come on, let's go.
Looks like it's been here 1,000 years.
Yeah, probably it has. So here comes someone.
Yeah, a couple of guys on horseback. Hey, you guys, come over here.
Those aren't horses, Inspector. They're burros.
Well, whatever they are, you can hardly tell them from the riders. Did you ever see longer whiskers? And those clothes they're wearing. Aren't there any laundries around here?
I imagine the laundry service is rather poor around it. Let's wait here, Inspector.
Bart, I think we're in for something. Those guys don't look any too friendly.
They're probably not used to visitors. Well, here they are. Good morning, gentlemen.
Who are you? What do you want? What are you doing here?
Well, may I answer one question at a time? I'm Barton Drake, and this is Inspector Noah Danton.
The police.
Yeah, the police, Now, listen.
Just a minute, Inspector. We're looking for Professors Harvey Purcell and Gilman Avery.
Why? What do you want of us?
Oh, so you're them.
It's obvious why they're here, Purcell. Tewksbury sent them. Tewksbury. What's the old fool worried about now?
And who, if I may be so bold as to inquire, is Tewksbury?
As if you didn't know. Tewksbury is president of Belmont University.
Oh.
You're not fooling us. He hired you.
As a matter of fact, it was Mrs. Fritz Spengler who hired me.
Spengler? Will we never stop hearing about that man?
I'm sorry if the subject is distasteful to you, Professor.
Rasket, I explained all about Spengler in my letter to Tewksbury. Now go away. We're very busy.
I'm sorry, Professor Purcell, but Mrs. Spengler was under the impression
that Spengler didn't die a normal death? Nonsense. He died and we buried him. Tewksbury's a fool.
Yeah, you said that before. It's a funny thing, but we had an idea.
Talk. It bores me. Phil, I've had enough of this. I'm going in and lie down. One moment, Avery. Gentlemen, as you can see, we're very busy. This is the period of day during which we take a nap. If you will excuse us.
Well, I'll be...
Professor Purcell, I apologize for interrupting your siesta.
Your apologies don't interest me, Mr. Drake. Sheriff Tanner in Folsom will answer all your questions. It was he who pronounced Spengler's death due to an accident and gave us permission to bury him. Everything was legal, I assure you. Good day.
Well, how do you like that?
I like it, Inspector. This is the most interesting case we've had in years. Unless I miss my guess, both of us will be murdered in bed tonight.
Clark, you're certainly a cheerful guy. So tonight we're going to be murdered in bed, eh? Fine thing.
Well, I'll qualify that, Inspector. Tonight someone's going to attempt to murder us in bed.
Oh, well, that makes me feel a heap better, partner. Who all are our assassins going to be?
Well, Tenderfoot, our assassins are going to be Purcell and Amos.
The two props, eh? Why do they want to murder us?
They don't like us, Inspector. We interrupted their siesta this afternoon.
Oh.
Well, here we are.
Some town, huh? 2 filling stations and an auto court. I wonder what folks do here for excitement.
Apparently, they stand it as long as they can, and then they start murdering their neighbors. Here it is.
Yeah, what is? What are we stopping here for?
Can't you read, Inspector? That sign says that this is the residence of Sheriff Nick Tanner.
Yes, so it does.
What's wrong, Inspector?
I was just wondering if that red-headed gal sitting on the porch up there is the sheriff.
That's not a porch, Inspector. It's a veranda. Don't forget, we're in New Mexico.
Okay.
She's attractive, isn't she?
Yeah.
Well, open the door, Inspector. We've got work to do.
Yeah. Work. I don't know how it happens, but somehow there's always a female mixed up in these deals.
Are you coming, Inspector?
Yeah, I'm coming.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, hello. Were you looking for my father, Mr. Drake?
Right.
You're surprised that I know who you are? Well, we don't have many visitors in Folsom. Oh, this must be Inspector Danton.
Yeah, I'm Danton. Are you the sheriff?
No, though I do most of his work.
Oh.
Sheriff Tanner's my father. Won't you come up and sit down? It's terribly hot in the sun.
Thank you, Miss Tanner.
Please call me Karen. Sounds so much more natural. Sit here in the shade, Inspector Danton.
Thanks, Karen. Nice spot. I didn't realize how hot it was. For once, I'm getting some attention from one of Drake's...
It's all right, Inspector Danton. When Father gets here, you two will have a great deal to talk about.
Think you can wait that long, Bart?
If you don't keep quiet, Inspector, we'll both be asked to leave. How long before the sheriff will be home, Miss... Karen?
Not until late this afternoon. He's working on a case.
Oh, nothing serious, I hope.
No, not particularly. The man was murdered.
Murdered? Jumping Judas. Don't you call that serious?
In a way, yes. But I don't want to bore you with our trouble. Is there anything I can do for you, Mr. Drake?
The first name is Bart. That puts us on an equal footing.
Of course. Bart.
Oh, here we go.
The inspector and I'd like to get some information about the Belmont University archaeological expedition.
The Belmont University? Oh, yes, those 2 funny old men who lived down near Coyote Wells.
Yes, that's right. Originally, there were 3 funny old men. One of them was killed. Your father conducted an investigation.
Of course, I remember. Father signed the papers. He was too busy to do much investigating.
Too busy? Good gosh, lady. What is he doing?
Well, he was working on his own murder case. He was hunting for the body of Black Brady.
Black Brady?
Black Brady was the man who murdered Pete Lawson. Pete Lawson was a miner, and Black Brady murdered him for the gold he'd panned. Father arrested Brady, only the next day Pete's body disappeared. The judge ruled there couldn't be a trial without a body.
What happened to the body?
Everyone thinks that Pete was only wounded. He crawled off into the desert and must have died. So Father's been looking for his body ever since. That's why Father couldn't spend any time with the funny old men. Father believes in handling only one murder at a time.
Karen, how long ago was it that Black Brady murdered Pete Lawson?
Well, let me see. This is 1945. I was born in 1924. It was 9. No, Yes, that's it. It was 29 years ago.
Now, wait. Whoa. Maybe it's the heat. Eh? Say that again, Miss Sally.
29 years. I'm sure of it. You can figure it up for yourself. You see, I'm 21.
No. I'll take your word for it. Bart, may I borrow your handkerchief? I seem to be perspiring.
Karen, there's one other question I want to ask. How long ago was it that the funny old man out in the desert met with his accident?
Oh, that was quite recent. That only happened 6 years ago.
Now I've heard everything. Look, Bart, I feel a little dizzy. Maybe if I could go home and lie down a little while.
Yes, of course, Inspector.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you very much for answering our questions, Karen. You've helped us immeasurably.
You're welcome. Please come back later and meet Father.
Is he anything like you?
Inspector.
Huh? Well, I tell you, Bart, the girl's crazy. And her old man must be, too.
She isn't, Inspector. She's the same as you and I.
I'm not bragging, brother. Maybe I'm nuts. 29 years hunting for a corpse. Ouch. And she was serious about it, too.
It is. Quite serious. Inspector, try and realize that time means nothing in the lives of these people.
Huh.
Every day is pretty much the same. Sheriff Tanner had a job to do. Nothing more exciting came along, so he continues to do it. I admire the man.
Bart, you're all right, aren't you?
You know, the thing that intrigued me is what Karen said about the funny old men out on the desert. Inspector, the pieces of this puzzle are beginning to fall nicely into place. Now I know that Fritz Spengler was murdered.
You do, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Would it be asking too much if I
Well,
inquire?
it's not now, Inspector. We haven't time. Let me look at my watch. It's exactly 11:30. Yep, it could happen any time. Inspector, turn off the lights.
Turn off the... Okay. Now, what do we do? Sit here in this auto court cabin until...
Well, we bundle up these pillows under the blanket so it'll appear as though we're in bed. Yeah, that does it. Come on, Inspector.
Where's you?
Outside.
I don't know why I always string along on these deals.
Over here, Inspector, under the tree. Pitch dark.
Yeah, it's dark, all right.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I just stubbed my toe.
You sit down and keep quiet.
How long are we going to sit here?
I don't know. Keep quiet.
Hey, boy. I can't sit in this position much longer. We must have been here half the night.
Someone's coming.
Yeah, I see him. He's coming up the drive.
Hey, the girl. Good heavens, you're right. This is the last thing I expected. If she goes into that cabin, she'll be... Karen! There he goes, Inspector, around that cabin. Get him.
I'll get him. Stop. I say.
Karen, are you all right?
I think so. What happened?
The man who came here to murder Inspector Danton and myself was hiding behind that hedge. You came along and he thought it was one of us. He threw a Folsom point at you and missed.
A Paulson point?
Yes, I'll explain that later. But right now, we've got to get to your father.
My father's disappeared.
What?
That's what I came here to tell you. He found the body of Pete Lawson.
Yes. Are you sure?
Yes, he had the bones in the gunny sack. He went over to see the old man to make sure he had the right bones. I became worried and decided to ask you what to do.
Karen, I'm afraid your father's in grave danger.
Hey, Bart, where are you?
This way, Inspector.
Whoever it was got away in the dark. How's it go?
She's all right. Get the car, Inspector. We're going out and pay those funny old men a visit right now. Stop here, Inspector.
Now, what's the use of stopping now? We're so close they'd have hurt us anyway.
That's what I want. Karen, I want you to stay here in the car with Inspector Denton.
But if Father's...
The only way you can help your father is to do what I say.
All right. And, Barton, be careful.
Yes, of course I will, Karen. Inspector, you remember my instructions?
Yeah, I remember them all right.
Good. I'll see you two later.
Good evening, Mr. Drake.
Oh, Professor Purcell. I rather expected you'd be here to greet me.
You were a fool to come.
Are you planning to kill me with that gun you're holding?
Go into the cabin.
That's it.
Now, Mr. Drake, I must explain...
It won't be necessary for you to do any explaining. Everything's quite clear to me.
Indeed.
Yes. You're quite mad, Purcell. Both you and Avery.
You think I'm insane?
I do. You've lived alone here in the desert too long, with nothing but a guilty conscience to comfort you.
Guilty conscience?
Yes. You murdered Fitz Spengler. And I think I can guess the reason.
That's absurd.
Is it, Purcell? Yesterday I checked with the museum at White Sands. The Folsom point that they had on display was stolen a long time ago.
Stolen?
Yes. Spengler stole it. He showed it to you. He told you that he found it in the desert. And he also told you that he found the skeleton of a Folsom warrior. You believed him because he had the point to support his argument.
That's a lie. It isn't true.
He tried to blackmail you, so you murdered him in cold blood, using the point for a weapon which has a peculiar penetrating power. Then you and Avery spent 6 long years searching frantically for a skeleton that never existed.
That's not true. It's you who are mad, Drake. Either that or you've come here to try and trick Avery and me into giving up the skeleton.
You can't give up something that doesn't exist, Purcell.
It does exist. That proves you're trying to trick me. The skeleton does exist, I tell you.
I'm sorry, Purcell. That bag of bones that Sheriff Tanner brought over here tonight were the bones of Pete Lawson, the miner who disappeared nearly 30 years ago.
It can't be so. It can't be.
In a few minutes, Professor Avery will have completed his analysis of the bones that Sheriff Tanner brought here. And then you'll know. Listen. Your friend Avery's coming now.
He's coming, yes, but not for the purpose you think, Mr. Drake. Avery and I like to perform these unpleasant tasks jointly, as we did on Spengler. Come in, Avery. Come in. No, Mr. Drake, you haven't talked me into believing that we were the victims of a hoax. Is everything ready, Avery? Avery!
Stop it, Purcell.
Can't you tell you want to play rough, eh?
Double Inspector Watson.
That was kind of a clever gag. Telling Purcell the idea that was Avery coming up behind him.
There wasn't anything clever about it, Inspector. Purcell expected Avery, and they were both mentally incapable of employing much reason.
They were not saying.
Yes, that's one way of putting it. By the way, Inspector, Sheriff Tanner didn't seem to be too upset over being held a prisoner, did he?
No, the only thing that bothered him, and the girl, too, was now he's out of a job because he finally found the body of Pete Lawson.
One murder at a time. Yeah. That's quite a slogan. Well, by this time tomorrow, we'll be back home, Inspector.
Yeah. You know what I think, Boss?
What do you think, Inspector?
I think that sheriff is nuts, too.
Oh, calm, Inspector.
And I think his daughter is.
Not the lovely red-headed Karen.
Yeah, the lovely red-headed Karen. And you know something else?
What, Inspector?
If you say it, I'm going nuts, too.
You mean if I say, mystery is my hobby?
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call The Man Who Died Twice. Tonight, we're going to delve into a murder most strange. One that confused many of the greatest legal minds of our day. My story begins in the mansion of Judge Marshall, situated high on a hill overlooking a large New England city. It is early evening, and Judge Marshall, one of the state's foremost jurists, is sitting in his library reading a legal brief. As he intently reads, the French door leading to the porch slowly and silently swings open, revealing a huge white-haired man standing in the doorway.
His tremendous bent frame shows the remains of a man who's been a giant in his youth. Suddenly, the judge becomes aware that he isn't alone. He quickly turns and sees his visitor.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Don't you remember me, Judge?
No, I can't say that I do.
Think back. Think back 16 years when you were judge at a murder trial.
16 years? My good man, I presided over a great many murder trials, as you call them, and I still don't know who you are.
Just keep looking at me, Judge, and think back. Think back.
You do look familiar.
I'll help you remember. My name is Adams. Luke Adams.
Luke Adams? Yes. Now I remember. I sentenced you to prison for 25 years for killing a man.
Yeah, for killing a man.
You've aged, so that's why I didn't recognize you.
Yes. It's hard to believe I'm only 45, isn't it?
I presume you've been paroled?
Yes.
What do you want?
I want to tell you my story, Judge. I want to tell you all the things I never got a chance to tell you at my trial.
As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Adams, the case is closed. Now, if you don't mind...
Then we'll reopen it. I've come to tell you my story, and you're going to listen.
Very well, Mr. Adams. Sit down.
Thank you. I don't know if you recall, Judge, but my wife, Millie, was a beautiful woman.
Yes, I remember. She had the kind of beauty a man can't forget.
Yes, and I suppose that's what caused it all. Millie and I grew up together, and I guess I loved her from the moment we met. The only reason she married me was because of the money I'd inherited. And when I lost it in 29, things were never the same again between us. She hated living in a small village, trying to stretch $1 into $2. Sometimes I think her smiling at other men was her way of getting revenge on me for the way we had to live. The angrier I got, the more she flirted, till she almost drove me out of my mind. Things went on like that, day after day, month after month.
Here comes Luke.
Hello, Luke. Getting home from work a bit early today, huh?
Yeah.
Your missus and I were just talking about how hot it is.
Yeah.
You must have found it fierce, breaking stone in the quarry in this heat.
Uh-huh.
Well, I've got to be going. See you again.
What was he hanging around for?
He just happened to be going past. Stopped to say hello. Is there anything wrong in that?
It's funny. Every time I see you talking to someone, it's always a man. How come I never see you talking to women?
Because all the women in this village are a bunch of cats. They hate me because I'm beautiful and they're not.
All right. But I'm warning you, I don't want to see Chuck, Riker, or any other men hanging around here. If I do, there's going to be trouble. The days went by. Millie hardly spoke to me. Nothing I said or did seemed to please her. And yet, just knowing she'd be there when I got home was enough for me. And one day I come home from work. She wasn't alone.
Oh, hello, Luke.
Home early, aren't you?
What's he doing here?
Chuck was going past, dropped in to say hello.
Just like that, huh? I thought I told you not to let this happen again.
If Chuck wants to call me, why shouldn't he? Right, Chuck?
Sure. After all, Luke, there's no use being old-fashioned. We've all known each other since we were kids. What harm is there in an old friend dropping in and... Why are you looking at me like that?
There's lipstick on your cheek. You'd better let me wipe it off for you.
Now, wait a minute, Luke. I can explain. There's no use fighting over...
Get up.
Now, wait a minute, Luke. Can't we...
Get up. Talking won't help. You'll have to fight your way out. That's it. Pick up that poker. Come on. What are you waiting for?
Okay, you asked for it. You're gonna get it. No.
This'll learn you. Not to hang around other men's wives. Before I'm through with you, no woman will want to look at you.
Luke, stop it. He's out of this. Stop it.
How does he look to you now, Millie? I'll throw him out, then you and I will settle a few things. Come on, you. Out you go. There's a push to start you on your way. There. Now we come to you.
You think I'm afraid of you. Go ahead, hit me. Ruin my looks so no man will ever want to look at me. Go ahead.
Millie, don't talk like that. You know how much I love you. Why are you doing this to me? I know I haven't been able to give you all the things you want, but that's no reason to treat me this way. I won't stand for it, Millie.
All right, then let's separate. You go your way, and I'll go mine.
No, I couldn't live without you. You know that. I'll never let you go. You're mine, do you hear?
Oh, stop it.
Millie, don't turn away from me.
You make me sick.
All right. But I'll never give you up. Never. Millie just stood there looking at me, contempt in her eyes. I knew we were through, and yet I couldn't give her up. I clung to the small hope that something would happen that would change her, make her feel toward me as I felt about her. Long, lonely weeks went by. I knew that Millie and I had been the scandal of the village ever since the day I'd beaten Chuck Riker. At the quarry, the men whispered to each other when they thought I wasn't looking. And I could only give vent to my rage by smashing rocks into 1,000 small pieces. Then, one day in the autumn, an opportunity came. An opportunity to escape the villagers and their gossip. Millie, where are you?
Here. What is it?
Millie, you've always wanted to get away from the village. Now we have a chance.
How?
Well, I met Mr. Anderson this morning. You remember him. He's an old friend of my father's.
What about it?
Well, he owns a small farm which he's willing to sell for only $300 down.
You mean you want to buy it?
Yeah. Just think of it, Millie. A place of our own, 20 miles out in the country, away from the village and the gossip.
Do you really think I'd move to a farm? Cut myself off from everything?
Well, it's what you need, Millie. A home of your own, a place to work and build. You'd love it, Millie. I know you would.
You mean you would? Don't think I don't know what's going on in that head of yours. You want to cut me off from everybody, take me someplace where you can keep an eye on me day and night. Well, I'm not having any part of it.
But, Millie, you said yourself you're not happy here.
Yes, but I don't want a farm. I want to live in a city. I want to have everything that other women have.
But we can't go to the city. There's no work to be had. We're living in a depression.
Are we? Well, if you can't give me what I want, there are plenty of other men who can.
They'd better not try. I'm warning you, Millie, I'll kill any man who tries to take you away from me. Weeks went by. Weeks in which Millie scarcely spoke to me. We lived as strangers in an uneasy truce. I worked from dawn to twilight at the quarry, and as I worked, I could sense the men gossiping about Millie and myself. I would think of Millie and wonder what she was doing at that very moment.
Steve.
Yeah, baby?
I can't stand it anymore. I can't go on living with Luke. The way he stares at me with those big cow-like eyes of his, watching every move I make.
Well, you'll just have to go on putting up with it for the time being.
It's all right for you to say that. You don't have to live with him. Sometimes I wonder if you really love me.
Oh, don't talk like that, baby. You know I love you. Would I be putting my neck out like this if I didn't?
Nobody knows we're meeting secretly.
Maybe not, but sooner or later someone will see us together, and then there'll really be trouble.
Afraid?
I've never run away from a fight yet. I don't mind telling you, I wouldn't like to mix with that gorilla husband of yours.
I know, Steve. You got to be careful.
Don't worry, I intend to be. Just let me raise some dough, baby. Figure out one or two angles, then you and I'll be off for the big city.
What about Luke? He'd be sure to follow. You don't know what he's like, Steve. He never rests till he found us. And when he did...
Yeah, you don't have to draw me any pictures. I know that type. If we run off, we'd never have a minute's peace. We'd always be wondering when he was going to catch up with us.
Yes. Oh, Steve, what are we going to do?
I don't know, baby. I don't know. We'll just have to sit tight for the time being and be careful not to be seen together.
All right, Steve.
Oh, cheer up, baby. We'll make the big city yet, and until then, we've got this.
Oh, yes, Steve. Yeah. Luke? That you?
Yeah, Millie. You want me?
Yes. I've moved all your things up to the attic. I want you to sleep there from now on.
Why?
Because you keep me awake half the night with your tossing and turning, and you talk in your sleep.
I talk in my sleep. What do I say?
You keep yelling my names if I was murdering you or something.
Oh, Millie.
You'll be all right in the attic.
Yes, Millie. Millie, can I talk to you for a minute?
What is it?
I saw Mr. Anderson again today. Millie, he says he's willing to let us live free for a year on his farm so we can see how we like it. And if we do, we can buy it.
I told you before I'm not going to live on any farm.
But, Millie, why can't we just try it? It won't cost us anything. If we don't like it, we can give it up.
No, I tell you, I won't let myself be trapped like that. You're perfectly willing to take a chance on farming, but you won't consider going to the city.
But there are 15 million men out of work. What chance would I have of getting a job in the city?
If you had an ounce of courage, you'd try. You don't hear men like Steve Hopkins whining about the Depression and trying to make excuses for staying in this miserable hole.
Steve Hopkins, huh? So that's it. You've been seeing Steve Hopkins?
No, I haven't been seeing. You're wrong, Luke.
You're lying. It's written all over your face. You're afraid, aren't you? You're afraid of what I'm going to do to Steve Hopkins?
Now, Luke, listen to me. I tell you, there's nothing between Steve and myself.
When I'm finished with him, you'll never want to look at him again.
Where are you going?
To the village tavern. He's always there on Saturday night.
Luke, come back. Luke, come back.
Hopkins, I want to talk to you.
Well, go ahead, Luke. No one's stopping you.
You've been making a play for my wife, and I don't like it.
You're either drunk or looking for a fight. I haven't spoken to your wife in a year.
You're lying. I know you've been seeing her these past weeks while I've been working.
You better take it easy, Luke. You're getting to the point where you're suspicious of every man in the village.
Don't try to smooth talk me. I know you've been seeing her, and if you try seeing her again, I'll kill you.
You don't frighten me, Luke. And if I wanted to see your wife, not you or anyone else could stop me.
Oh, no? I'll show you. Hey, boys, grab it. That's it. Let go of me. Let go of me.
Hold on, then, boys. Now, Luke, as sheriff of this village, I'd advise you to take it easy.
I'll kill him. I'll kill him.
I don't like that kind of talk. Now, mind your manners. You'll spend the night in the lockup.
No man's going to make a fool out of me and live.
Now, get hold of yourself. If Steve was seeing your wife, it'd be common gossip in no time, you know that.
He may have fooled you folks, Sheriff, but I know better. You can protect him here, but just wait until I catch him alone. Just wait. When I got home that night from the tavern, Millie was in her room, her door locked. I went up to the attic and tried to sleep, but I couldn't. I kept seeing Steve Hopkins' face, the way he'd smiled at me in the tavern. He might have fooled the others, but I knew. And he knew that I did. Hours later, I managed to fall asleep. I dreamt that I was alone with Steve and we were fighting. He kept hitting me, but I couldn't feel his punches. All I could feel was my fist smashing again and again into his laughing face. I woke to hear church bells ringing. It was Sunday morning. All that day, except for meals, Millie avoided me. After supper, she went to her room, and I went down to my workshop in the cellar. The next morning, when I arrived at the quarry, the men were standing around in small groups, talking to each other. They stopped when they saw me. Then from one of the groups, I saw Sheriff Roden coming towards me.
Luke, I want to talk to you.
What about?
A number of things. Is your sledgehammer?
Why, sure. That's my initials on the handle. Why is it all wrapped up in paper?
I'll ask the questions, Luke. Where were you last night around 11 o'clock?
11 o'clock? In my workshop in the basement. Why?
Anybody with you?
Oh, no. I was alone.
Luke, you're under arrest.
Under arrest? What for?
For the murder of Steve Hopkins.
For the murder of Steve Hopkins?
Yes. His body was found in his cabin an hour ago. He'd been brutally beaten to death last night around 11. With this sledgehammer. It was found at the scene of the crime.
You mean you think I did it?
It sure looks that way. Let's go, Luke.
No. No, I won't. I didn't kill Steve
You'll
Hopkins.
get your chance to prove you didn't. Now, let's go.
No. I didn't do it. I tell you, I'm innocent.
Grab him, man.
Let go of me.
That's it. Hold him while I get these caps on him.
I didn't do it. I tell you, I didn't do it.
Silence in the courtroom. Proceed, Mr. King.
Sheriff, will you tell the jury in your own words the time and circumstances under which you were notified of the death of Stephen Hopkins?
On October 12th of last year, I received a phone call at 7 o'clock a.m. from Sam Morris. Said that he'd just stopped by at Steve Hopkins' cabin to pick him up for work and had found him murdered. I told Sam not to touch anything. I got to the cabin 15 minutes later.
Will you tell the jury what you found?
Well, sir, that cabin looked like a slaughterhouse. I don't want to upset anyone with the details, so all I'll say is that Steve Hopkins had been beaten so badly the body was beyond recognition.
You say the body was beaten beyond recognition.
That's right.
Then how were you able to identify it as being Steve Hopkins?
Well, first by the ring and wristwatch that was on the body. But most important of all, by the tattooing.
By the tattooing?
Yes, sir. Steve was quite a tattoo artist, and on his left arm he tattooed a heart with his initials and some girls on it. I reckon just about everyone in this courtroom saw that tattoo on his arm at one time or another.
And although the body was beyond recognition, the tattoo was clearly identifiable.
Yes, sir. No question about that.
Sheriff, when had you last seen the deceased?
Saturday night, October 10th, at the Village Tavern.
Did anything unusual take place at the tavern that night?
Yes. Luke Adams came into the tavern around 9 o'clock. He accused Steve Hopkins of hanging around Mrs. Adams. Threatened to kill him.
Sheriff, can you remember Luke Adams' exact words when he made that threat?
Well, his last words before he left the tavern were, "Just wait till I catch him alone. Just wait."
I see. Now, Sheriff, when you arrived at the scene of the crime, did you find the death weapon?
Yes, sir. Steve Hopkins had been beaten to death with a sledgehammer. I found it in the cabin, covered with blood.
Was there any identification on the sledgehammer?
Yes, sir. On the handle were carved the initials, L.A.
Now, Mrs. Adams, you say there was no justification whatsoever for your husband's suspicions.
No, none at all.
In other words, he was mistaken when he accused Steve Hopkins of forcing his attentions on you.
Yes, he was.
I see. Now, your husband has testified that on the night of the murder, he was working in the cellar of your home. Where were you that night, Mrs. Adams?
Upstairs in my room?
Did you see your husband at all that night?
No, I didn't.
Would it have been possible for him to have left the cellar that night without your knowing about it?
Yes, it certainly would.
Silence in the courtroom. The prisoner will rise. Luke Adams, you have been found guilty of murder in the first degree with a recommendation for mercy. The court hereby sentences you to 25 years imprisonment in the state penitentiary.
25 years imprisonment. Yes, Judge, that was your sentence. The towering iron gates of the penitentiary closed behind me. And I no longer had a name, only a number. A year after I was in prison, I was informed that Millie had divorced me and disappeared. With that, my last tie with the outside world was gone. Years passed. World-shaking events took place and scarce reached the prison workshop, where I spent long days repairing shoes. Then one day I was notified by the warden that I'd been paroled. I was free. The gates of the penitentiary opened, and once again I joined the living. I came to the city, a stranger, and found employment in a shoe repair store. Day after day, I stood by the store window repairing shoes, watching the hurrying crowds. Then late one afternoon, I saw a woman pass. A woman who was a stranger, and yet wasn't. With a sudden shock, I realized that Millie had just passed. Throwing down my tools, I rushed out of the shop and down the street after her. I found her in the crowd and followed. She had hardly changed at all in the 16 years that had gone by. There were streaks of gray in her hair, but she was as beautiful as ever. I followed her block after block, and soon we were in a residential section. She turned up the path to a large cottage, unlocked the front door, and went in. A moment later, I was ringing the doorbell.
Yes, what is it?
Don't you recognize me?
No, I'm afraid not.
It's me, Millie. It's me.
How dare you force your way in here, Luke.
Yeah, Millie. Luke, after all these years.
What? You're in prison.
I was paroled 6 months ago.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Luke. You must leave now. I'm busy right now. I can't.
Millie, who is that? Millie, who are you talking to? Who's he?
Steve Hopkins.
Oh, you're mistaken. The name is Reed. Robert Reed.
Steve, it's Luke.
Luke, you're not dead. You're not dead. The body in the cabinet wasn't yours.
No.
I went to prison for your murder, but you're alive. I said I killed you, but you're alive.
Yes.
You let them put me in prison. You framed me.
Luke, you must listen to me.
You framed me.
No, Luke, don't. I didn't...
You framed me.
Let go of him. Let go of him.
Don't, Luke. Don't. Whose body was that they found in your cabin?
A young hobo I picked up by the railroad tracks.
But the tattooing on the arm.
After I killed him with your sledgehammer, I tattooed his left arm to look exactly like mine. I put my wristwatch and ring on the body and then beat him beyond recognition.
And then you ran away, leaving me to stand trial for murder.
Look, what are you going to do?
What am I going to do? You remember Judge Marshall, don't you, Millie?
Yes, I remember him.
Well, I read in the papers a few weeks ago that the judge lives here in a fine mansion overlooking the city.
What are you getting at?
Steve and I are going to visit Judge Marshall.
No, Luke, no. You know what that would mean.
Look, we have some money. If you'll just forget what's happened, we'll give you money, plenty of it.
Yes, we'll give you $10,000. $20,000.
I'm not interested in money. Come on, Steve.
Luke, you can't do this to me. You can't.
Luke, you once loved me for my sake.
Come along, Steve.
No, I won't go. If they find out about that hobo, they'll hang me. I wouldn't have a chance.
You'll come, Steve, one way or another, understand?
Yes.
Yes, Judge. He didn't want to come here, but in the end he came.
Incredible. Simply incredible. The man is a monster to have done what he did. Where is this man, Steve Hopkins, now?
He's out on the porch, Judge.
Bring him in, Mr. Adams. I want to see that man.
All right, Judge.
Why are you carrying him?
He can't walk.
Can't walk? What's wrong with him?
He's dead. Here, Judge.
Dead?
Yes, Judge.
But I understood he was alive.
He was. Up until a half hour ago.
You mean you...
Yeah, Judge. I put my hands around his throat and squeezed. Squeezed until he was dead. I killed him. And there's nothing you can do to me, Judge. Nothing. Remember, you sent me to prison for killing Steve Hopkins? For 16 years, I rotted in prison. I've paid my debt to society for Steve Hopkins' death. I've paid it. There's nothing you can do to me now. Nothing.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little trip? What happened to Luke Adams? Well, his case became one of the most celebrated controversies of the day. Some legal minds claimed he couldn't be sent to prison again. He'd already been punished. Other legal experts insisted he should be tried again. But in the midst of this raging controversy, poor Luke Adams died, and his case was never decided. What do you think? Should Luke Adams have been tried for murder again? Or having already served 16 years for Steve Hopkins' murder, should he have gone free? I should like to know what your verdict is. Send your letters to the Mysterious Traveler, care of Mutual Broadcasting System, New York 18, New York.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. All characters in today's story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. In today's cast were Maurice Toplin, Art Carney, Elspeth Eric, Frank Behrens, and Jackson Beck. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
The Ivory Elephant.
Another strange and suspenseful tale of the Mysterious Traveler. This program has come to you from our New York studios. Another program of tense and dramatic action will follow in just a minute. Stay tuned to this station for Official Detective. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Present George Edwards in Frankenstein. The good ship Voyager was held fast in the northern ice bank. The captain and crew were astonished when a stranger came staggering across the ice and asked for shelter. This stranger was Baron Victor Frankenstein. He was placed in the captain's cabin, and then he commenced to tell his story. Shortly afterwards, however, a ghastly laugh was heard outside the cabin door. Frankenstein weakly attempted to get out of bed, but the captain pushed him back and called to the first officer to come to his aid.
Captain
Captain Walton, you are condemning your first officer to death. A monster is out there. A blood-crazed, conscienceless beast. Oh, let me go.
You are weak and ill. You can do nothing, Baron Frankenstein. Did you bring a pistol?
Yes, from the captain. I think I was anywhere.
Is there anyone out there now?
No one, sir.
Very well. I shall unlock the door. Now come in.
What did you see? Tell us what happened.
I heard the captain calling, and I dashed down the companionway. Then, out of the darkness, a huge figure seemed to leap at me. I was knocked aside. When I arose, there was no sign of anyone. I dashed up on deck again. There was no one there. The man on watch reports that he saw nothing.
The monster was here. You are lucky to be alive.
I believe your story now, Frankenstein.
I created that monster, and I must live until I kill him. That is my sole task on this earth. What I created, so I will destroy.
What do you mean, sir?
It is a strange story, Mr. Boyd. The Baron Frankenstein is too exhausted to talk anymore tonight. Pray remain in the bunk, then.
I must try to get to sleep. I must recover my strength. I must have strength enough to kill the monster.
You shall have every care and attention here. I will place a man on guard outside your door.
I do not think the monster will return tonight.
The storm has become worse. The blizzard is raging now. It will be difficult for anyone to live out there.
Let us trust that this monster perishes in the storm.
I am to be called if any sign is seen of him. In the meanwhile, let me sleep. Then on the morrow, if I feel refreshed, I will tell all my story, Captain Walton.
Very well, Baron Frankenstein. Mr. Boyd, you will go up on deck now, and you will arrange for 2 men to stand guard outside this door. I will share your cabin with you tonight.
Aye, sir.
I bid you good night, Baron Frankenstein. We will meet on the morrow. Much better today, Baron Frankenstein.
Yes, Captain. I feel much better. Was there any sign of the monster during the night?
Nothing was seen.
Please be seated. I know that you are interested in my story and you are puzzled by these strange happenings.
I am extremely puzzled.
Well, I told you that after I left the university, my father built a laboratory near our house. Each day I used to spend hours in this laboratory working with my servant Julio. Day after day I read and studied so that my great experiment would be a success. Sometimes by night Julio and I would visit graveyards to exhume freshly buried bodies. I was going to make a man, and the creature of my making was to be beautiful. I slaved and labored, neglecting my family and my friends, neglecting my fiancée, Elizabeth. It so happened that at that time my greatest friend, Ernst Claval, came to stay at our home. He had been at the university with me, and he had a vague inkling as to the nature of my experiment. However, I had become sullen and morose. I shunned my friend. And as my experiment neared completion, well, I became possessed by a strange, tense excitement. Imagine me in my laboratory late one afternoon, Captain Walton. I glanced out of the window and saw that the sky was dark and overcast. My servant Julio stood by my side. Now and again he would glance over at the great bench on which lay a huge inanimate figure swathed around with yards of bandages. I walked over to where the figure lay. Julio followed me. Julio, I have news for you. I think that tonight we'll see the end of our work.
Do you mean that the figure will come to life tonight, my master?
I hope so. If the threatened thunderstorm takes place, there will be sufficient electricity to bring light to this inanimate mass. Look at it, Julio. At present, it is a lifeless mass shaped in the form of a man. For months, we have worked over it. Tonight, if the storm breaks, we shall raise this figure to the top of the tower in the laboratory, and there it will stay for 1 hour while the thunder crashes and the lightning flashes. Then we shall lower the body onto this bench once again. The wrappings will be taken off, and who knows? I may have created a man. Think of it, Julio. My work will be rewarded.
I am afraid, Master. We should not do this.
Fool, why are you afraid? I am about to make a name for myself. I will be the greatest man in the world because I have created another in my own likeness. Throughout the centuries, men have tried to do this, but I will succeed. I know it.
You may not be meant to succeed.
Who is there?
It is Clever here. May I come in, Victor?
Yes. All right, Julio. Unlock the door.
Oh, thank you. I wondered if I might watch you at work.
Ernst, the time is right now for you to share my secret. My experiments are almost at an end.
I suspect the nature of your experiments, Victor, and I almost dread to ask if my suspicions are correct.
Look on this bench. Tell me what you see, Ernst.
A huge, inanimate figure swathed around with bandages.
My creation. Tonight, this figure shall have life.
Victor, you must not do it. Man is not meant to do that.
Or you are like Julio. He is also afraid.
I want to speak with you privately. Bid Julio be gone.
You may go, Julio, but be here tonight at 7 o'clock. We shall wait for the storm to break. The clouds are banking up now.
I will obey you, my master. Victor, your life is bound up in this strange experiment, which I do not think for one moment will succeed. But might I point out that you are in love with a very beautiful and charming girl. You are neglecting her, and she feels this neglect keenly.
Clerval, my friend, I know that I have been neglecting Elizabeth, but she will be proud of me, proud to marry me. I will be hailed as the greatest scientist the world has ever known.
I beg of you to desist in this experiment. Do not try to bring life to this body tonight. Destroy what you have already done. Then marry Elizabeth and go away somewhere for a long holiday. You do not look well, my friend.
Oh, I have been working too hard. But you ask too much of me, Ernst. I cannot give up my life's work.
Do you love your work more than you do Elizabeth?
I love Elizabeth very dearly, but I must do something with my life. I have always wanted to be a great scientist. My discovery will revolutionize the world. It will be possible to make men. Do you not understand?
It is not possible. Experiments like this are not meant to succeed. You are usurping the right of God.
You are my best friend. You cannot seriously ask me to give up this work. I am going to ask you to be here in this laboratory with me tonight to watch as I unbind the bandages from this figure and to know that my experiment has succeeded.
Very well, Victor, since you insist. But I do think you should take Elizabeth into your confidence. Let her come here tonight.
Oh, she will be afraid.
We will all be afraid. But without wishing to dampen your ardor, let me assure you that I do not think this experiment will succeed.
We shall see.
Well, come with me now. Speak to Elizabeth. Tell her that you have been neglecting her and ask her to be present tonight.
I will do that.
We will go and seek out Elizabeth now.
Well, Captain, I sought out my fiancée. I told her the truth. At first she was horrified, but gradually she became interested, and she consented to be present in the laboratory that night. After dinner, the storm developed rapidly. The thunder roared, and there were great streaks of forked lightning. Together, Elizabeth, Ernst, and myself went to the laboratory. There we found Julio awaiting us, and I led the way to the bench on which lay the inanimate figure. When we reached the bench, Well, my friends, I feel that you are about to witness one of the most extraordinary things in the annals of the world's history. Before you see a great inanimate figure entirely covered in bandages. By means of pulleys, Julio and I will raise that figure to the top of the tower, where it will remain for an hour. Then we will lower it, and I think the figure will have life.
No, you cannot do it, Victor. You must not. I am afraid.
Elizabeth, you said you had confidence in me.
Will you promise me this, Victor? If the experiment is a failure, will you marry me and let us go away together? Never attempt to do this again. It is madness.
I promise that if the experiment is a failure, I will discontinue all attempts. Now, does that satisfy you, Elizabeth?
It does.
Oh, do not worry, Elizabeth. I feel sure that this experiment cannot succeed. You hope it does not succeed, Ernst, but we shall see. The storm is at its height now. Come, Julio. Help me to place the body on the lift. Now, carefully. Roll it over.
Victor, I beg of you, do not do it.
Quiet, please. Now, Julio, pull the ropes and I will assist you. Pull. See, my friend, the body is going up to the tower. There it will be exposed to the full fury of the storm. Watch.
The lightning frightens me. But this is a dreadful storm.
The body is in place now. It will remain there for an hour. We must be patient. We will wait here. And in an hour's time, I will lower the body, unwrap the bandages, and perhaps I will have created.
Please proceed, Baron Frankenstein. Tell me what happened.
I can tell you no more today, Captain. I am weary now, and the memory of the past upsets me. Please be patient.
I will be patient. I will leave you to rest now, but I will return later, anxious to hear the remainder of your story.
Unsolved Mysteries.
Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. A closed room. A door bolted and locked. A tight-fastened window under raging storm. A novelist's setting for a murder. And stretched on the bed, a man stabbed through the heart. Such the Cambridge Unsolved Mystery. The scene is Cambridge, and standing in its own grounds just off the Great North Road, the Hermitage, home of Henry Monteith, affectionately known as the Squire. Darkening skies and a chill to the air with the distant rumble of thunder foretell the coming storm as the Squire, accompanied by Sheriff Welford, walks up to the front door of the Hermitage.
I think I felt a few drops then, Sheriff.
No doubt about it.
We'll have a storm before morning.
Better come in and have a nightcap with me before you go on home.
Well, I don't know.
Come along, old man. I always have one. Hannah probably has it all warm.
Is that you, Squire?
Yes, indeed, Hannah. And I have the sheriff with me, so we'll have a double order of punch.
Don't blame me, Hannah. I was all for getting on my way home. But the squire here insisted, and you know the squire.
Oh, indeed, and I do, sir. Mary? Mary!
Yes, Miss Hannah?
Bring another bowl of punch to the kitchen. The master has company.
Yes, Miss Hannah?
We'll go up to my room, Sheriff. The fire's burning brighter there.
Just as you say, just as you say.
I'm getting old, Sheriff. These stairs tax me. But I like my upstairs room. I look out over the downs in the spring and summer, and in the winter, I can see the village through the bare branches. Sit down over here by the fire.
Thanks, Squire. Yes, this is a delightful room. Filled with memories, too, I'll be bound.
Yes, memories of 60-odd years. Here's Mary.
Here's your wine, sir. Miss Hannah's baking oatcakes for tomorrow's breakfast, sir, else she'd have brought it herself.
That's all right, Mary. Here, Sheriff.
Thank you. Your health, Squire. And may you live another 65 years.
Oh, no, not that. Not that. There she comes. You better drink down your wine, Sheriff, and be off, else you'll get a soaking.
Yeah, I will. That's good. And thanks for the refreshment. Good night.
Good night. Light the sheriff to the door, Mary.
Yes, sir, I will. Good night, Sheriff.
Good night, Mary.
Old Hannah walks down the hallway. Both she and Mary look up to the landing above and see the squire close his room door. Hear the key turn in the lock. Hear the bolts slide home. The old grandfather's clock on the turn on the stairs strikes 10 o'clock as the two women say good night and go to their separate bedrooms.
Tell the master breakfast ready, Mary.
Yes, Miss Hannah.
Breakfast is ready, Master. Master.
What's to do, Mary?
The master, he doesn't answer. Master, speak. Say something. Oh, something's happened.
Run and get help. We'll have to break down the door. Oh, the master may be ill, very ill.
Dead, maybe.
Oh, quick, then, now to run for help.
Sheriff, come quickly.
What's the miss, Mary?
Come and help the master.
Well, what's the miss, Hannah?
The master doesn't answer.
Then open the door and go in.
The door's bolted and locked on the inside.
Oh, the door to that room, eh?
No.
Now bring an axe, Mary. A big one.
Yes, Sheriff.
Does the squire always lock himself in his room?
Always, Sheriff. Has for years.
Was he afraid? Or afraid for his life?
Not that I know of, Sheriff.
Here's the biggest axe.
Now stand clear. I think I can get in now. Yes, I think I can. Don't look, Hannah. Mary, don't look. Run, Mary, and telephone the village for the police. Tell them the squire has been stabbed through the heart.
2 hours later, the police arrived from the nearest village. Hannah and Mary are weeping hysterically. The sheriff has opened wide the smashed-in door. The detective inspector and sergeant of police glance quickly about the room as they walk over to the bed.
Yeah, must have died instantly.
Yes, no signs of a struggle.
When did you last see him alive?
Me? Oh, Mary and me both saw him when he locked himself in his room last night.
2 wine glasses. He had company last night?
Yes, he did. Me.
You, Sheriff?
Yes. I met him last night, and he invited me up for a glass of wine. I left a few minutes before 10 o'clock.
And he was all right then, huh?
Surely he was all right.
Oh, I saw the sheriff to the door. I locked and bolted the front door, and Hannah and me stood and watched the master as he bolted his door. And, well, I suppose he went to bed.
Then if you bolted the front door, the murderer must have gone in through the back door.
Oh, but he couldn't. The back door was locked at dusk, and it never was opened.
Well, it's a certainty that the murderer didn't get in through this window. It's barred on the outside, latched on the inside, and it's dry as a bone, so it was not opened while it was raining.
Now, wait a minute. Both of you women saw Squire Monteith close and bolt his bedroom door?
Yes, sir. I did too, sir.
And you didn't hear a sound during the night?
Nothing Nothing but thunder and rain, sir.
No angry voices? No screams?
Oh, no, sir. Not a sound.
Do you recognize the knife he's been killed with?
I don't want to look.
I'm sorry, lady, but you'll have to look.
Yes. Well, yes, I know it.
Yeah?
It's the one that used to lie on his own table. Why, it's his own hunting knife.
Hey, there's something spooky about all this. He's all right last night at 10 o'clock, and the sheriff sees him, speaks to him, so we know he's alive then.
And the two women hear him lock himself in his rooms a few minutes later.
When'd you try to wake him this morning?
A few minutes after 7 it was. I couldn't get no answer, and Miss Hannah sent me for help.
I was passing by on my way to the village when Mary ran out of the house. The door was bolted, so I broke it in with an axe.
Sort of begins to look like
Oh,
suicide.
no. The squire had no reason to kill himself.
Well, no one got in here through this locked door and got out again and locked and bolted it behind him.
Nobody got in or out through this chimney. Guess it must have been suicide.
I can't agree with you. I know the doctor won't. No man stabbed himself the way the squire's been stabbed. The blade's been driven in clear up to the hilt.
That's right, but listen, we've got to be sensible. This door was bolted, wasn't it, Sheriff?
Yes. I pulled the bolt myself after I crawled through the hole I made in the door.
All right, then. The room was closed. Nobody could get out or in. And if nobody could get out or in, then it was suicide.
But it wasn't suicide. Squire Monteith had been brutally murdered. And although today, 22 years later, the Cambridge murder is still an unsolved mystery, we believe we know the answer. In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the Cambridge murder mystery. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken in the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is the Cambridge police station, where the chief is seated behind his desk, talking to the sergeant and detective inspector.
Well, boys, a month has passed since the killing of the squire. As far as I can see, we're no nearer a solution.
A year can pass, Chief, and I don't think we'll be any nearer one.
The commissioner's going to be up here next week. And when he hears what the local papers have had to say, well...
Well, I wish some of these reporters would try their hand at solving the thing. They were half as good as they think they are.
I know it's tough, and I get it, too, on every side. Not a motive that you could find at all. No one had it in for the old squire.
No, but...
Yeah? Go on.
Oh, you'd only laugh at me if I say this.
It'll be the first laugh I've had out of the case, then. All it's been so far is a bunch of grief. Speak up.
Is hate for the squire the only motive that could lead to murder?
What do you mean?
I mean, how about somebody having it into the police?
You mean somebody deliberately committing murder to baffle the police?
Yes, it's been done before, if you recall the Camden case.
But who?
Who would you guess, Chief?
The sheriff.
Yes, the sheriff. He's hated us ever since we were sent up here. He's always resented us taking over his job.
But you can't accuse a man of murder.
I'm not accusing him of murder. But between ourselves, I'll tell you what I think.
Go on.
I think that the sheriff had been watching his chance. He met the squire that night. He invited him up for a drink. He drugged the old man's wine. Sleeping draught, maybe.
That's why the old man doesn't wake up in the morning.
Right, Chief. Then the sheriff shows up first thing. He watches for the servant girl. He goes up to the room. Remember, he breaks the door and it says, "Don't look. He's been stabbed through the heart."
Sure, that's what the women said.
And from the doorway, he couldn't see a thing on that bed. I've tried.
Then you think?
I think he crossed the room, picked up the knife, and stabbed the squire as he lay there under the influence of the sleeping draught.
You may be right.
I am right. But, like you, I'm thinking, we can't do a confounded thing about it.
No, we can't. We haven't got a single shred of proof.
And so Cambridge, 22 years later, still regards the killing of Squire Monteith as an unsolved mystery.
Co-stars Miss Ethel Barrymore and Mr. Gene Kelly in To Find Help, a suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations. Friends, when you buy an Autolite Stay Full battery, you're not getting just another ordinary battery. No, sir, you're getting a battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Yes, Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Why, a camel could drink its weight in water, and a cactus could die of thirst before those tough, temperate, teetotaling Autolite Stay Full batteries would ask for an extra drop of H2O. So, friends, switch to an Autolite Stay Full battery tomorrow. Remember, you're right with Autolite. Always right with Autolite. And now Autolite presents Gene Kelly and Ethel Barrymore in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
My roomer, Mr. Armstrong, tried to warn me that morning he left on his business trip. I remember we were just finishing breakfast, and he was rather in a hurry.
I don't care what you say, Mrs. Gillis. I just plain don't like it. You're alone here in the house all day. There are no close neighbors, and after all, you know nothing about the man.
Good gracious, Mr. Armstrong, you think I was a pretty young thing of 20 to hear you tell it.
And another thing, it seems very strange to me that a young man should be job hunting from door to door this day and age. Why, there are plenty of jobs to be had.
That's just why it's so difficult to find help these days. You're a worrywart, Mr. Armstrong. Now that I've found someone to do my heavy work, I'm not going to let your silly notions change my mind.
Well, all the same, though, I'm not leaving the house this morning till I get a look at the guy.
I remember I kept worrying about poor Mr. Armstrong missing his train because it was getting to be 9 o'clock. He dried the breakfast dishes for me, and as he talked, he kept looking out of the window toward the long driveway.
Hey, here he comes. But I guess I needn't have worried.
Mr. Armstrong was smiling, for he'd seen my young man who was coming up the driveway, and I smiled, too. Even I had forgotten what a meek, harmless-looking lad he was. Why, he would hardly be called a man at all, I thought.
So that's the critter who's been causing me all this mental anguish.
There, you see, you and your silly ideas.
Why, the little guy's not strong enough to keep a regular job, I suppose.
Why, I believe Sarah's getting some of your foolish notions, Mr. Armstrong.
There now, Sarah, I'm sorry that we made you nervous about him. Why, if you could see the guy...
He'll hear you. Good morning, lad. I've been expecting you. This is my roomer, Mr. Armstrong. I don't believe you told me your name.
I'm Howard Wilton, ma'am.
Hello, Howard. How are you? I'm glad you come. I know you'll be a great help to Mrs. Gillis here, and you'll be company, too. Well, I'm off, Mrs. Gillis. Take care of yourself. I don't think you'll have much trouble.
I don't think your dog likes me, Mrs. Gillis.
Of course she does. Just getting a little old and peevish.
Oh.
Come along now, Howard. I'll show you where to hang your coat.
Oh, yes. I always like to hang my coat up.
He followed me into the closet storeroom at the back of the house. And I handed him a clothes hanger and a rough, heavy apron, which I kept for cleaning help.
Is this apron clean, Mrs. Gillis?
Why, of course it's clean. No one's worn it since it was laundered last.
There are spots on it. See?
Spots? Here, let me look. Why, that's paint. No dirt and dry paint, son.
If you don't mind, I'd rather not wear it.
What will you wear, then? You didn't bring other clothes.
I'm a neat worker, Mrs. Gillis. You needn't worry about my clothes.
I turned, and the light hitting his face from the small window made him look so different. I was startled for a moment, and then I thought, you're a silly old woman, Mrs. Gillis. And then I smiled.
Are you laughing at me, Mrs. Gillis?
Why, no, son. I was laughing at myself. Come along. Let's get started now. He'd only been at the den floor a short time when I heard him walk back to the closet storeroom. Can I help you, son?
Going after my coat, Mrs. Gillis. I don't like it being out there in the storeroom. It's a breeding place for moths, you know.
Now, son, it takes longer than that for moths to do any damage.
Mrs. Gillis, perhaps you won't think it's quite so amusing when I tell you that it's my best and only coat.
I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, lad. Where would you like to put it? In the kitchen, perhaps?
No, the cooking fumes wouldn't be good for it. I'll take it right in the den with me. That is, if you don't mind.
Go right ahead, Howard.
If you don't mind.
Suddenly, I was thankful that there was a phone. It was such a peculiar voice. I wasn't really alarmed. Not then, I wasn't. Still, it was good to know the phone was there and that old Sarah was still in the kitchen asleep. I went on about my own work that morning, but several times I went into the den to have a look at him. He wasn't doing much, I could see that. He seemed to keep polishing one small square in the corner of the room. Is there anything you need, Howard? Howard?
I won't be spied upon, Mrs. Gillis. I won't put up with that.
See here, lad, I think we must have gotten off on the wrong foot. I'm not spying on you.
Now, why do you keep popping in like that? Would you like me to go faster? Would you like me to spill out my life's blood for you here on the floor? Is that what you're after?
Howard, are you well? Are you well enough to work?
Of course I'm well. Only you quit bothering and pestering and questioning me. Is it too much to ask?
Howard, son, I'm interested in young men. I had 2 boys of my own. They were in the service. See, that's Bill on the desk there. He was a Marine. And on the table there, that's Dennis. He was in the infantry.
So, that's why you hate me. I see it all now.
Hate you? Why, whatever gave
Yes, you hate me. I could tell it the moment I walked into your house this morning.
But Howard...
You hate me because I'm young and I wasn't in the service like your boy.
Why, it never occurred to me. You must know I was grateful when you came looking for work.
Grateful? You resented me. The only reason you have me here is to work my life's blood away, to punish me for not being in the service, just because your sons were in the service and I wasn't.
Son, you're ill. Let's put the work away now. I'll make you a cup of tea.
Oh, you don't want me to do the job. Is that it? You're like the Army. There was a job to be done, and they wouldn't let me in. Now, you'd like me to stop in the middle of this.
I only want you to do whatever will make you feel better.
Well, leave me alone, then.
Very well.
Mrs. Gillis?
Yes?
I'll tell you why I wasn't in the Army. If you insist.
I don't insist at all, Howard.
If you must know, I'll tell you. They
said there was something wrong with my mind.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Mr. Gene Kelly co-starring with Miss Ethel Barrymore in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
I had a very embarrassing experience at New Year's Day dinner.
Well, what in the world happened, Harlow?
Well, the whole family was there, you see. Brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, cousins, outlaws. In-laws. And during a lull in the conversation, I thought I'd tell them all about that wonderful abstemious Autolite Stay Full battery.
Oh, my.
So naturally, I told them about that extra-large liquid reserve of Autolite Stay Full batteries. Even the Great Lakes, said I, are no great shakes compared to the reservoir in those Autolite Stay Full batteries. Why, those batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
I'm beginning to understand.
Then, of course, I told them that Autolite Stay Full batteries give longer life than batteries without the Stay Full features. And then I explained...
Now, wait a minute, Hunter. Did you say all this at your big family dinner?
Yes, and here's the funny thing, Hap. Just as I was telling them how every smart car owner was switching to Autolite Stay Full batteries, 2 of my biggest cousins got up, came around to my chair, and carried me, chair and all, into the pantry. By Cornelius, the pantry was where I finished my New Year's dinner. Can you imagine my own relatives doing a thing like that to me?
Well, that certainly was a dirty trick, Harlow, but quiet. Here's Suspense again.
And now, Autolite brings back to a Hollywood soundstage Miss Ethel Barrymore and Mr. Gene Kelly in To Find Help. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I just thought maybe you'd like to know, Mrs. Gillis. They said there was something wrong with my mind.
The first thing that I thought of when I reached the hallway was the phone. But it was in the den with Howard. I ran quickly to the back door, but it was locked, and the key wasn't in its usual place. The front door was locked, too. Then I heard a crash. It came from the den. I rushed in to find Howard peacefully polishing away at the same spot. He hadn't moved an inch. He didn't look up at me. Then I saw the phone, which had fallen to the floor beside him. But it hadn't just fallen. The wires had been torn out of the wall.
The phone, Mrs. Gillis, it fell.
But the wires...
I suppose you think I ruined your phone.
The wires...
That happened when it fell to the floor.
It
happened when it fell to the floor.
Well,
I don't suppose you'll be able to use it anymore. Not for a while, anyway.
No, I don't suppose I will. Sarah! Here! Sarah! Sarah!
Mrs. Gillis.
Yes.
Are you looking for your dog?
Yes. I haven't seen her all morning. She was in the kitchen.
Well, she's not there any longer.
I know. Where is she, Howard?
Where is she?
Yes. Where is she?
She's gone.
Gone. If you've harmed her...
She didn't like me, you know.
See here. I've put up with enough. You tell me where my dog is, or...
What, Miss Gillis? You'll do what, Mrs. Gillis? What will you do?
Sarah!
She's gone,
Sarah.
Mrs. Gillis. I told you that.
You've harmed my dog.
Have I?
You killed her. Poor old Sarah, who never hurt a thing.
She would have hurt me.
You're bad, Howard. You're wicked. You're a coward.
I'm not a coward, Mrs. Gillis. Cowards are afraid to kill.
Only a coward would kill a poor old dog.
If I were a coward, I'd be afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you.
Let me out of here.
I have strong hands, Mrs. Gillis. My fingers are like steel.
I've never harmed you.
No. And Sarah didn't either, but she would have if I hadn't harmed her first.
Let me out of here.
You're getting very noisy, Mrs. Gillis. Perhaps if I locked you in here, you'd calm down a bit.
Howard! heard the key turn in the lock. For a moment, I had the feeling of unreality. Was this really happening? But I found out soon enough that it wasn't a dream, for the dim light from the little square window picked up a limp, lifeless object in the corner among the dusty mops. I knew without looking further what it was. Poor Sarah. Sarah, who'd never harmed a soul. I don't know how long he kept me there. I could hear him moving about the house, but he finally came. He spoke to me through the door.
Have you calmed down, Mrs. Gillis?
Yes, Howard. Let me out.
Why?
Because it's warm in here. Because I want to get out.
You were looking for your dog, weren't you?
Never mind about that, Howard. Let me out.
Mrs. Gillis, if I kept you in there, you wouldn't be able to spy on me ever again.
I won't spy on you, Howard. Let me out.
You know what I've been doing, Mrs. Gillis?
No.
I've been doing your den floors just like you asked me to.
That's fine, Howard.
It was fine, being able to work peacefully. Knowing that you were someplace where you couldn't bother me.
I won't bother you, Howard.
It was very peaceful. Nobody to bother me.
Let me out, Howard.
Will you promise to do as I tell you?
I promise.
Anything?
Anything.
Very well, then. Now, no tricks.
No.
Feel my hands, Mrs. Gillis. Are they nice hands?
Yes, they're nice hands.
You haven't felt them. Did your sons have as nice hands as these?
No. No, they didn't.
But they didn't have any trouble getting jobs, did they? I'm just as good as they were, you know.
Of course you are, Howard. Wouldn't you like some food, lad? You haven't eaten all day, you know.
Some food would be good.
Yeah, let me fix you some.
Mrs. Gillis, a woman I worked for once said my hands were weak.
She did.
She soon found out, however.
Here now, lad. I have some nice cold roast in the icebox.
I taught her a lesson.
It'll only take a minute to fix some salad.
Were your son's hands strong, Mrs. Gillis?
Not as strong as yours, Howard. I'll set the table right away.
Mrs. Gillis, feel my hands again. They're like steel, you know.
I finally managed to get some lunch on the table. Howard sat beside me. He didn't say much, and he ate very little. I tried to appear casual, to engage him in conversation, anything. Do you work often, Howard?
Not often.
Do you have trouble finding jobs?
People are anxious to find help these days. Weren't you?
Yes, to find help.
Mrs. Gillis, they're looking for me.
Who, Howard?
Exactly. People I worked for last, I guess.
Was that here in this town?
No, it was another town. Everyone was looking for me, so I went away. It's horrible to be spied upon, Mrs. Gillis. Do you know what it is to be spied upon?
No, I don't.
Would you like to know?
No, I wouldn't, Howard.
I think I'll spy on you the rest of the day. Then you'll know how it feels.
No, please, Howard. Whatever it is you want, take it and go away.
There's nothing I want, nothing. I only want to stay here with you.
I can't stand it, Howard. I can't. I'm an old woman. Please go away. Leave me alone.
I'm not going away, Mrs. Gillis. There's still a job to be done. I'll go away after I've done everything that's to be done.
Howard, I have some money here in the kitchen cabinet drawer. It's a great deal. I'll give it to you.
I don't want your money, Mrs. Gillis.
Then go away.
That would be foolish. Then you'd tell on me.
No, I wouldn't. Really, Howard. Go away and I'll never tell a soul that you've been here.
I don't believe you. And I don't trust you. There's only one way of being certain that you won't tell.
My heart jumped when I looked out the window. I saw it was the milkman.
Tell him to go away.
I can't. I've ordered some extra things.
Then go into the storeroom until he goes.
I can't, Howard. He knows I'm here. He'll expect me to pay him.
Promise to do as I told you.
And he pulled open the cabinet door. I saw him take a knife out.
Now, will you tell him to go away?
Howard, if I tell him to go, he'll think something's wrong. Then you'll get caught for sure.
All right, Mrs. Gillis. Take whatever you've ordered, but if you pull any tricks, you'll be sorry.
Just a moment.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Gillis.
Good afternoon.
A lovely day, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Mrs. Gillis, I think I have good news for you.
You have?
Yep. Beginning of the first, the company's taking on some more help. And in the future, your deliveries will be made in the early morning.
That's nice.
I don't believe you ever did like these late deliveries, did you?
I never really minded.
If all of our customers were like you, Mrs. Gillis, it wouldn't be such a bad world. Here you are. 1 quart of milk and a pint of half and half. Goodbye, Mrs. Gillis.
The extra things. You forgot them.
The extra things?
Yes, the extra things. Now, don't tell me you've forgotten them. The eggs and the butter.
Okay, I'll get them right away.
Mrs. Gillis, I'm going to give you one more chance. When he comes back, you're to get rid of him, do you hear? And if you give me away, I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you before he can get inside this house, and I don't care what they do to me.
I won't give you away, Howard. I'll only pay him. I have to do that.
Shut up. Remember.
Here you are, Mrs. Gillis.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No. That's all.
Mrs. Gillis, I was going to say...
I'm sorry, I can't stop. I can't talk today. I'm very busy.
You're very clever, aren't you, Mrs. Gillis?
What do you mean?
You thought you were going to put something over on me, didn't you?
I sent him away, didn't I?
The extra things you ordered. There weren't any.
Yes, there were. You saw him. You heard him.
He didn't know what you were talking about.
The milkman had returned. He stood outside the window. Howard looked at me. I saw his knuckles go white as he clutched the knife.
This is your last chance. Get rid of him.
I will, Howard. I will.
I'm sorry to bother you again, Mrs. Gillis, but you forgot to pay me.
Oh.
That is, unless you want...
No, yes, I'll pay you. Here you are.
Sorry I had to bother you, Mrs. Gillis. But you see, this is the day I have to come...
Yes, I'm busy. Can't you see that I'm very busy?
Tell me when he's gone, Mrs. Gillis.
I stood by the window and watched. He got into his truck, and he drove off.
So that was your scheme, was it? So you wanted to give me away.
He's gone now, Howard.
You thought he'd save you, didn't you?
No, I sent him away like you asked me.
Do you know what would have happened to me? Do you?
No.
They would have taken me away.
Howard, leave me alone.
I'm going to punish you.
No, Howard, I've been punished enough.
No, you haven't.
Yes. He was standing very close now. I knew he still held a knife. Suddenly, everything was black. I slipped to the floor. When I came to, I was on the kitchen floor. My head throbbed. And I remembered everything. But where was he? And I heard a sound. A soft, swishing sound. Seemed like hours before I could bring myself to move. Suddenly, the hall clock began to strike. Why, it was 5 o'clock. I'd been unconscious for longer than I thought. The room had already turned dark in the late afternoon light, but I could see him now. He stood in the middle of the room. He was pushing my heavy floor polisher back and forth, back and forth. I tried to close the door quietly, but he looked up. He saw me.
What time is it, Mrs. Gillis?
About 5.
Well, I guess I'll call it a day now. I've done a nice job, haven't I?
Yes, Howard. Very nice.
I think I'll be going now. Doesn't it shine nicely, Mrs. Gillis?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Is it worth $5 to you?
Yes, Howard.
I have nice hands, haven't I, Mrs. Gillis?
Yes, Howard, you have. Here, take the money.
Thank you. It's a pity they have to be used to polish floors.
You've done such a good job, Howard. I'm going to give you a few extra dollars.
Thank you. You'll be needing me tomorrow, Mrs. Gillis?
No, thank you, Howard.
The door's locked, Mrs. Gillis.
Yes, Howard. Do you have the key?
Yes. Yes, I do. I just remembered. I just remembered a lot of things. Mrs. Gillis, there's someone at the door.
Yes, Howard. Will you open it?
Should I?
Yes, Howard. You have the key.
I have? Oh, is this it, Mrs. Gillis?
Yes, Howard. Open the door. Open the door, Howard. Open it.
All right, Mrs. Gillis.
I'm Mrs. Stevens from the phone company. Your phone's been reported out of order.
Mrs. Gillis, is your phone out of order?
No, there must be a mistake.
That's strange. We've had several reports. Maybe I better run back and check my books.
Just a moment, Mr. Stevens. Could you do me a favor?
Well, why, certainly.
This boy...
Mrs. Gillis.
This boy, he's worked here all day. He's done a good job. But I don't think he's well.
I'm all right, Mrs. Gillis.
But you're tired. Aren't you tired, Howard? Doesn't your head ache?
Yes. Yes, I am tired. My head does ache.
Well, maybe Mr. Stevens will be kind enough to drive you to the car line.
I'll be glad to, Mrs. Gillis, but I can't wait long.
Right away, and I'll go along too. I have some marketing to do. And Mr. Stevens, as long as you're here, would you mind checking the phone just to make sure?
Well, of course.
I'll show you where it is.
Can I show him, Mrs. Gillis?
No, Howard. You wait here. We'll be right back. I moved quickly toward the den. Mr. Stevens followed me. Once inside, I closed the door behind me. He spotted the torn wires at once.
Hey, this phone.
It's that boy. That man. He's dangerous. Drive us to the police station as fast as you can.
Well,
Before he could reply, I opened the den door and went out into an empty room.
Say.
Howard! He's gone.
That sure looks that way.
No, you've got to find him.
But, Mrs. Gillis, if you were afraid
You don't
of me...
understand. He's angry with me. He wants to kill me. And now he's hiding here somewhere. When you go, he'll come out and he'll kill me.
Oh, say then, ma'am, take it easy. You're getting yourself all worked up.
You don't believe me.
Well, look, Mrs. Gillis, maybe I better run down to the corner and phone for somebody.
No, you can't leave me. I'll go with you.
Well, sure, if it'll make you feel any better. My car's right outside in the driveway.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes, and we'll call the police. They'll come and get him.
Sure, what did he say? He looked like a nice enough young fellow, though. Are you sure that he...
Were you looking for me, Mrs. Gillis?
Oh, why, yes, Howard. I was. Are you ready to go?
Yes, I'm ready. I just thought I'd wait in the car.
Sure. All right, Mrs. Gillis. You get in the back here.
Thank you.
It's very kind of you to do this for me. I'm very tired.
Just relax, Howard. We'll take care of you.
Already?
Already, Mr. Stevens.
Mr. Stevens, don't you think I have nice hands?
Why, yes, I guess so.
Yes. They're strong hands, too. Very strong.
Thank you, Gene Kelly and Ethel Barrymore, for a splendid performance. Our stars will return in just a moment.
Say, Hap, I've got a wonderful New Year's resolution here.
Well, don't tell me you're resolved to give up talking, Arnold.
Give up talking? Me, Autolite, panner-packed Wilcox? Will a pistol-packing cowboy give up his gun? Will a power-packed Autolite stay full battery give up the ghost when you need it most? Not on your life, by Cornelius. No, Sir Hap. The New Year's resolution I've got is for every car owner who doesn't already have an Autolite Stay Full battery. And the resolution reads, I resolve at the earliest opportunity, that is tomorrow morning, to drive down to my nearest Autolite dealer and get a brand new Autolite Stay Full battery. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. For remember, friends, you're right with Autolite. And remember, too, Autolite means batteries.
Stay full batteries.
Autolite means spark plugs.
Ignition-engineered resistor spark plugs.
Autolite means ignition systems.
The lifeline of your car.
And now, Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations present Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite brings you Mr. Danny Kaye in The Too Perfect Alibi, a suspense play produced and directed by Anton M. Leader.
Friends, Autolite resistor spark plugs, the spark plugs with a built-in resistor, are fast becoming the most popular plugs in America. And no wonder, for when you replace your old narrow-gap plugs with wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, you can tell the difference in your car. Your engine will idle smoother, you'll have better luck with lean gas mixtures, actually save gas dollars. What's more, thanks to this built-in resistor, Autolite resistor spark plugs cut down spark plug interference with radio and television reception. And remember, friends, only Autolite offers car owners and truck owners everywhere sensational advantages of resistor-type spark plugs. So be right with Autolite. Switch to Autolite. And now, Autolite presents Danny Kaye in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Prince Charming. That's what Jack called me. And when he said that, something clicked inside of me. I remembered how in fairy tales the good prince always married the princess. And they lived happily ever after. Yes, happily ever after. Except that first there was the ogre that had to be taken care of. They were spending the weekend at my house in Croton, Catherine and Jack. The girl I loved and the fellow she loved. Oh, I admitted I was stupid to let myself in for it. But I just couldn't help myself. I had to have Catherine near me. She was the loveliest thing on God's earth. Slender and blonde, with flecks of the purest gold in her hair, and eyes just as green as the sea. Jack was what the girls call a beautiful hunk of man, a one-time football hero. But now he was a clerk in a sports shop, a nobody. And why Catherine was so mad about him, I'll never know. After dinner Saturday night, we sat out on the terrace and looked out on the Hudson a half-mile away. Everything was quiet, peaceful.
Jack, shall I tell him? After all, he is our best friend.
Sure, honey, might as well.
Tell me what?
We're getting married Monday, Sam.
Married?
Hey, I'm the one who should look like he's going to face a firing squad, not you, Sam.
Oh, I'm sorry, kids. It was just such a surprise, that's all.
How about it, Sam? Will you be the best man?
Sure, of course I will.
Oh, good.
And congratulations, both of you.
Thank you, Sam, dear. You know, you're the sweetest, kindest, nicest, best-hearted person I've ever known.
Well, she means outside of me, of course.
Well, I do not, Jack Stewart. If it weren't for you, you big lug, I might even be marrying Sam on Monday.
Hey.
Say, I just thought of something. You like my place up here in Croton, don't you?
Like it. We love it.
Well, then it's yours.
Wait a minute, Sam.
I'm giving it to you for your wedding present.
Oh, Sam.
You always pick up the check, don't you?
What do you mean, Jack?
Everything you do makes me look cheap. You give Catherine a job and pay her twice what I make. You give us free theater parties, free dinners, and free weekends in the country. Now you want to give us a free house.
Now, look, Jack, you've got me all wrong. I just want to give you kids a good start, that's all. I want you two to be happy.
Just like in the fairy tales, eh? The Prince and the Paupers, and good old Sam as Prince Charming as always. Well, no thanks.
That was when I got the idea. When he called me Prince Charming. That was when I remembered about the prince, the princess, and the ogre. And you know what happens to the ogre in all the fairy tales, don't you? You remember that, don't you? He dies. And he dies because the prince kills him. Catherine left with Jack, and I was miserable. I paced the floor for hours. All I could think of was that today was Saturday, and on Monday noon she would marry him. 2 more days, and she'd be lost to me forever. I couldn't let it happen. I wouldn't. I had to get rid of him. What I needed was a weapon to defend myself with after I killed him. An alibi. A strong, unshakable alibi. A perfect alibi. It took me all night and gallons of coffee to figure that one out, but I did it. And the first thing Sunday morning, I phoned Jack in New York. I persuaded him not to hang up on me.
Well, what do you want?
Jack, ever hear of the Allegheny Sporting Goods?
Did I ever hear of J.P. Morgan?
Well, a friend of mine owns Allegheny.
So?
And he needs a sales manager. I've been arranging an appointment for you first thing tomorrow so you can get the job before you get married.
What?
It pays $20,000 a year. And you can buy your own wedding presents.
Are you serious? Does he know I'm only a clerk?
Well, it's just a matter of selling yourself, Jack.
But
If you're free tonight, I'll be glad to give you a few pointers on the best way to approach him.
Well, that's
Look, Jack, I'm going to a party in town tonight. And if you can meet me around 10.
Well, Sam,
Here's the address, Jack. 3365 East 56. I'll wait for you near the corner.
Okay, thanks. Just one thing, Sam. Don't tell Catherine about this, will you? You see, in case I get the job, I'd like her to feel I got it on my own. You understand, don't you?
Sure. Of course, Jack.
Oh, thanks, Sam. See you tonight at 10.
My hands were shaking so hard I could barely reach up to wipe the perspiration from my forehead. I was scared stiff. I was frightened because I had intended to ask him to keep it a secret from Catherine. Instead, he'd asked me. Everything about my alibi was working out perfectly. I drove to town. I went to the State Street ticket office and bought a ticket for the Staten Island ferry. Then I went uptown to my apartment. I had lots of time, so I decided to treat myself. There was a nice, thick, juicy steak in the icebox, and I fixed it just right and rare. As I sat at the table enjoying the steak that cut like butter, I got an idea. A good idea. Just the thing. Eventually, it was time to go to the party.
Why, Sam Rogers, where you been keeping yourself all summer, you dog?
Running you still on my mountain up in Croton.
Hi, Sammy.
Hi. I spoke to everyone I knew and a few people I didn't know. I made certain that practically everybody saw or talked with me sometime during the evening.
Hello, Sam.
Where are you rushing out to, Frank?
Hey, want to get the 9 o'clock news?
Oh, the news? Do you mind if I join you?
Not at all. Come along.
We listened to the news until 9:15. Then I got involved in an argument over Sir Royan's new play.
Of course he's mad, Sam. That's why he's so wonderful.
Before I knew it, it was time. 1 minute to 10. I slowly smiled my way toward a door and edged my way out of the noisy crowd without anyone noticing. I walked casually through the open door. Once outside, I quickly walked away from the house toward the corner. I stopped under a tree where it was dark to wait for him. Well, I was just in time. A car turned the corner. I stepped out to flag it and froze. It was a police SWAT car.
Hey, why don't you watch where you're going?
My face was drenched when I stepped back on the curb. For the first time, I realized how easy it would be to make a slip. This time, I made sure it was Jack's car before I stepped out. Park here, Jack, under the tree.
Okay. Sorry I'm late, Sam. The ferries were jammed. And on top of that, I had an argument with Catherine.
Oh? What about?
Oh, the usual, you know. First, she brought up your house again, then she was jealous about some girl I kidded with on the beach this afternoon. Didn't mean anything, but you know Catherine. We practically had a slugging match in the restaurant. She'll be over by morning. Which reminds me, Sam, I'm awfully sorry about the way I blew my top last night.
Oh, that's all right.
You're still going to be my best man at the wedding, aren't you?
Oh, sure, Jack. I'll be your best man.
Oh, that's wonderful. Catherine was right, Sam. You are the nicest, sweetest guy we've ever known.
Oh, forget it, Jack. Now, suppose we sit in the back seat of your car and talk about your new job. Okay? Get in.
Okay.
And do you know that was the last word he ever said? Okay. There he was, lying in the back of his car, and sticking up out of the middle of his back was my favorite steak knife.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Mr. Danny Kaye in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Hap. Yeah? Let me read you a wonderful Christmas thank you note I got from my Aunt Susie in Maine.
Why, I didn't even know you had an Aunt Susie, huh?
Well, you just listen to this, pal. Dear Barlow. Huh? She never could get my name straight. Thank you so much for those wonderful Autolite resistor spark plugs you sent me for Christmas.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Listen now, Hap. She says, Cousin Charlie, he's your third cousin once removed on your mother's side, you know, told me that Autolite resistor spark plugs are those popular new spark plugs that have a built-in resistor. And he said they have an extra-wide garch strap.
What?
She means spark gap, of course, that helps make your car run slick as a kitten on skis.
I see where you inherit your famous figures of speech, Arlo.
Let's see. So Cousin Charlie replaced my old narrow gap plugs with my new wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, and right away I could see what makes people rave about them so much. I declare my car idles smooth as silk, runs better than a scared jackrabbit with a tailwind. And honestly, Barlow, I've been saving gas.
Wow, Susie's got me woozy.
So, friends, when it comes to spark plugs, be smart, be choosy. Take your cue from Susie and mosey on down to your nearest Autolite dealer tomorrow and get your car a brand new set of those wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
You said it, Harlow. And let's get back to Suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Danny Kaye as Sam in A Too Perfect Alibi. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
After I stabbed him, I watched him slump to the floor of the car. And that's all there was to it. The ogre was dead. And now the prince and the princess could live happily ever after. I pushed his feet into the car and slammed the door. I locked the car with the keys I found in the ignition and put them in my pocket. Then I eased myself back into the house. I picked up the thread of conversation just as if it had never been broken.
Well, that's the name of the game, kid. Gin.
You never should have held on to those two kings, Johnny boy.
Okay, son. Suppose you stop kibbitzing and play this card shark yourself. He's got those things hypnotized.
Well, just step to one side, John, and I'll show you a few tricks an old yogi named Gunga Jin once taught me. I played gin all evening with Frank Boston. And though I never did like him very much, somehow I felt warm and friendly towards him now.
Good night, darling.
Then around 12-ish, the party broke up. I waited till practically everybody else left. Then I bid my host good night, got into Jack's car, and drove off. I got to the Staten Island ferry stop just before 12:30. I was lucky. The traffic was still heavy. Nobody would notice me. I took out the ticket I bought in the afternoon and drove aboard. A moment later, we started across the bay. I could breathe again. I checked off another point in my alibi. If they ever faced me with a night shift ticket agent, he would have to swear he'd never seen me or sold me a ticket in his life. It was so easy, I felt like laughing. I turned and looked at him lying on the floor in the back. He wasn't fighting me anymore. My alibi had him beaten all the way down the line. Suddenly, two things happened to me at once. I saw the knife sticking out of his back. The ticket collector. I'd forgotten about him, too. I couldn't afford to have anyone remember me on this boat, and I had to get rid of that knife. I had to act fast. In spite of the sick feeling in my stomach, I leaned over the seat and yanked the knife out of Jack's back. His head jerked around and grinned up at me. I looked around for a piece of paper to wrap the knife in. There wasn't a scrap anywhere. I pulled out my wallet, grabbed 2 or 3 bills, and covered the blood-dripping blade in the bills. I got out of the car, jammed my tickets under the windshield wiper where he had to see it. I scrambled through a maze of bumpers and fenders till I reached the rail. My heart sounded like a bass drum. I leaned on the rail and looked into the black water. Then I dropped the knife over the side.
Hey, I saw you do that.
What? What did you...
Don't you know it's against the law?
What is?
Dumping paper into the harbor. You could get arrested for that, mister. You better watch your step or something.
Oh, thank you. I kept my head turned away from him so he couldn't get a good look at me. He'd never recognize me in a court of law. No, sir. Anyway, he'd forget all about me 5 minutes from now. My alibi was still 100%. I got back into the car. When we landed, I drove a few blocks inland. I left the car in front of a house and walked back to the ferry. By the time I got home, an hour later, I'd lost all my fears. I felt wonderful again. I went right to bed and slept soundly for the first time in weeks. I slept so soundly, in fact, that they stood there ringing my bell for 5 solid minutes before they woke me up. I opened my door and saw 2 detectives standing there with an invitation to visit Inspector Vanelli of the New York Homicide Bureau. Then I remembered about last night. Inspector Vanelli was a slender, swarthy man who looked more like a successful businessman than a police officer.
You know Jack P. Stewart, Mr. Rogers?
Certainly. Why?
He's been murdered. His body was found at 9 o'clock this morning in a parked car on Staten Island.
What? I can't believe it. This was his wedding day. He and Catherine were going to be married.
Mr. Rogers, what was your relationship with Catherine Gilpin?
Inspector, I think I ought to tell you right off that I'm probably your best suspect.
You are?
Yes. Catherine turned me down for Jack. That probably gives me the best motive in the world for killing him, doesn't it?
Well, supposing you let me decide who had the best motive. Okay, Mr. Rogers?
Okay.
All right, now the best place to begin is at the beginning.
He kept me there hour after hour while the police stenographers crammed their pads with notes. Finally, late in the afternoon, one of the detectives hurried in and whispered something to him. Inspector Vanelli's hard face broke into a rocky smile.
Okay, Mr. Rogers, you're clear. But I don't mind telling you now, I was sure it was you.
Really, Inspector? Why have you changed your mind?
Well, we have 35 affidavits from responsible people swearing that you were at a party between 9:30 and 11:30 last night. And that's when Stewart was murdered. That settles it. You've got a perfect alibi.
I could hardly believe it. It had been so easy. Only yesterday the girl I loved was miles away from me, unattainable. Today she was mine for the asking. No more rivals, no more competition. Gradually she would forget Jack and turn to me. It would take time, I knew that. But I had plenty of time. I could wait. Catherine phoned me the next morning. And suddenly I didn't have any time at all.
Sam, they've arrested me for Jack's murder.
They've what?
They've arrested me.
But they can't. It's just a stupid mistake, Catherine. Look, I'll call my lawyer and we'll get you out of there right away. But we couldn't. In New York, you can't bail out a person accused of murder. What could they possibly have on her? It was ridiculous. But the thought of Catherine in prison was pure torture for me. My attorney suggested I retain Simon Blade, the shrewdest criminal lawyer in the state. Blade investigated every detail of Catherine's story. Finally, after 2 of the longest weeks of my life, he called me in.
All right. Now, here's the district attorney's case, Mr. Rogers. She and her boyfriend had an argument in a public place, a restaurant. They argued about 2 things. 1, she wanted to take your country house for a wedding present, but he didn't. 2, he made a little goo-goo eyes at some blonde on the beach, and she burned up. She tells him he's cheating on her. So then he burns up. He tells her to go marry somebody else and walks out.
Yes, but how do the police know all this?
They have witnesses, Mr. Rogers, witnesses. Now, she says that after the fight she went home alone and cried on her bed. But the DA says she ran after the boy, rode out into the country with him, and stuck a knife in him for calling off the wedding.
Her word's as good as his, isn't it?
Certainly, and she's prettier than the DA, too, but,
Well, I'm not finished. It seems that the management of the restaurant bought 24 new steak knives that week.
Steak knives?
Yes. The girl and the boy had steak for dinner, and the next morning one of the new knives was missing. The police took a sample knife down to the morgue, and it makes a perfect fit with the stab wounds in the cadaver's back. Now all we have is her word that she didn't do it. And there's only one person in the world who can prove that she's telling the truth.
Who?
A corpse with 3 holes in it.
On the day of the trial, I sat with Simon Blade and waited for them to bring Catherine in. And when she came in, she looked so young and so lost. I had all I could do to keep myself from jumping to my feet and telling them the truth. Then she saw me. Her eyes lit up and she smiled. And I smiled back. And somehow I felt sure it would all come out right, just as I had planned it. Simon Blade was wonderful in that courtroom. One moment wringing sympathy from the jury for Catherine's pale face. The next frankly exploiting her sex with a knowing eye. And when he strutted before a terrified witness, his barbs always hit the bull's eye.
And how did you know, sir, that the knife was missing from your restaurant?
We counted. We counted them and found one was missing.
You count your silver, huh?
Yes, sir.
What's the matter, Demos? Don't you trust your customers?
Blade forced Amos to admit that customers walked off with knives, forks, and spoons every day, that several persons had steak that night, and that anyone might have taken that knife. Everything was going along fine. And then, the district attorney exploded a surprise in our laps.
Do you recognize this handkerchief, Miss Gilpin?
Yes, sir. It's mine.
It's yours. And would you please tell the jury what made these stains on your handkerchief?
What? Blood.
Blood?
They're blood stains. But you mustn't
Blood?
think...
Whose blood?
It's Jack. It's Jack's blood. But I'm not guilty.
Order in the court. If there are any more such disturbances, I shall order the courtroom cleared. Proceed, Counselor.
So, Miss Gilpin, you admit this is the blood of Jack Stewart?
Yes, he had a nosebleed. He always had them when he was excited. I loaned him a handkerchief.
A very convenient explanation. Shall I tell you, Miss Gilpin, what I think the real explanation is? I think you stabbed Jack Stewart.
No.
Then in your jealous rage, you struck again and again.
No.
Then, calmer, you noticed that your hands were covered with blood. His blood.
No.
You wiped them on the handkerchief. This handkerchief, Miss Gilpin.
No.
And went to dispose of the body.
Oh, the DA was very convincing. And the jury thought so, too. Because when they came in after 11 hours, they found Catherine guilty of murder in the first degree. We appealed the case and lost. I pulled every string I could to get a commutation from the governor. It was hopeless. I had to face it finally. I had killed Jack so I could have Catherine. But I couldn't have her now, and I didn't want to go on without her. I went to the DA and told him everything.
Mr. Rogers, are you trying to tell me that you killed Stewart to keep him from marrying Miss Gilpin?
That's right. Since I can't have her, I might as well confess. Will you arrange to have her released?
Look, Rogers, I know exactly what you're trying to do, but I've got no time for heroes. I've got 35 sworn affidavits in my files which prove that you couldn't have killed Stewart. I've got my conviction, and so far as I'm concerned, this case is closed.
You wouldn't believe me. And Catherine's execution was only a week off. I went to the newspapers with my story, but they wouldn't believe me either. One of them did send a reporter with me to see the people who were at the party that night.
Sam, it's wonderful what you're trying to do, but I can't lie about it, and I won't.
That was the kind of answer I got everywhere I turned. Then I tried to find the 2 policemen who passed as I left the house and the man who had seen me throw the knife off the ferry, but it was useless. I couldn't find one person who would believe me, not one. The next day I made a last attempt to see Catherine. They wouldn't let me. But late that afternoon, I received a note from her. It was heartbreakingly full of all the things we planned now would never do. And what hurt me most was the part where she said,
I heard all about it, Sam, and I love you for it. I love you for your foolhardy attempt to save my life at the expense of your own. Jack once called you Prince Charming, but he never dreamed what a prince You really are.
Even she. Prince Charming. Even Catherine wouldn't believe me. And that was harder to take than all the rest. And you don't believe me either, do you, friend?
Well, Mr. Rogers, it's very hard to...
Listen. It's 12 o'clock all over again, isn't it, Joe?
Why don't you go home like a good fellow, Mr. Rogers?
I can't sleep, Joe. I just can't sleep. How can I sleep when nobody will believe me? Joe, why do the innocents always suffer in this world? Catherine was innocent. Why did she have to suffer?
Oh, you got it all wrong, Mr. Rogers. The innocents don't suffer, but the guilty, they're the ones. Take you, for instance. Supposing you really was guilty of Jack Stewart's murder, and supposing she paid for your crime, why, you'd have 2 lives on your conscience this very minute, Mr. Rogers. And you'd have been suffering for those 2 lives ever since the night she went to...
Yes, you're right, Joe. You're right. It is the guilty who suffer.
Say, Joe, how about that fella? Him? He's been coming in here these 10 years now, telling the same story to anybody who listens.
10 years?
Sure. And where do you suppose he's gone now? Another bar, most likely, to pick up a conversation with somebody else like you and live through it all over again.
But about what he said, do you really think he killed him?
Mr. Rogers? Him? Not on your life. Why, he's a prince of a guy.
Thank you, Danny Kaye, for a splendid performance. Mr. Kaye will return in just a moment.
Oh, your Aunt Susie must be mighty cold up in Maine this time of year.
Cold? Why, up Maine way, it's so cold they use icicles for andirons.
And do those wonderful Autolite resistor spark plugs feel the frigid finger of freezing temperature?
Not on your life, because Autolite resistor spark plugs consistently give you smooth, dependable, on-the-spot performance. And remember, friends, only Autolite offers car and truck owners everywhere the sensational advantages of resistor-type spark plugs. So, with millions of car owners switching to Autolite, why don't you? Because you're always right with Autolite. And remember, Autolite means spark plugs.
Ignition-engineered resistor spark plugs.
Autolite means batteries.
Stay full batteries.
Autolite means ignition systems.
The lifeline of your car.
And now, here again is Mr. Danny Kaye.
Thank you very much. I feel a little better now anyway. It's been a great pleasure for me to be here on Suspense, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm especially grateful to Tony Leader for letting me play the kind of role which you and I don't usually associate with me. It was a lot of fun, if you can call being a murderer fun. Well, next week, radio's outstanding theater of thrills will bring you Dana Andrews in a famous story by Cornell Woolrich, If the Dead Could Talk. Another gripping study in
Suspense.
Danny Kaye will shortly be seen in the Warner Brothers Technicolor production Happy Times. Tonight's suspense play was written by Martin Stern with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Robert Montgomery, Fibber McGee and Molly, Ronald Coleman, Jane Wyman, and James Mason. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. And next Thursday, same time, hear Dana Andrews in Cornell Woolrich's If the Dead Could Talk.
Remember, you're right with Autolite. So switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.